Chapter 9:14. Check it out immediately. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the doctor in the hospital immediately said. After hearing the doctor's words, the people next to him immediately moved. Seeing the doctor move, most of the people were very cooperative. They came here to have fun, not to extort money or anything. Now that they knew it was a misunderstanding and there was a way to cure it, they were very cooperative. But some people didn't think so. Seeing that a few people were still quarreling there, Jiang Hai chuckled. Huaxia was too big and there were too many people. You can't expect everyone to be of the same quality, including the Americans. In the United States, there were many people of low quality. More than 70% of the black people were quite low quality. They urinated and defecated everywhere. After watching so many American TV series and movies, as long as you went to the black area in the United States, the situation there was always beyond your imagination. Therefore, the police had many ways to deal with the tourists who insisted on not receiving treatment. After Jiang Hai figured out what was going on, he stopped talking. The next thing was the dispute between Winthrop and the tourists. Then Jiang Hai went back to sleep. He was used to sleeping until he woke up naturally. He hadn't woken up naturally for 3 days. For him, this was torture. Just when he went back to sleep, Winthrop reached an agreement with most of the tourists. They waived the hospitalization fees and gave some discounts. That was all. After all, this was indeed a misunderstanding. But some people still didn't give up. That night, when it was still daytime in Huaxia, many posts were posted in China, criticizing Winthrop, saying that the people here drugged them, saying that Jiang Hai was a Japanese, and that many of them were now lying in the hospital, but no one came to check on them. As soon as this post was posted in China, many internet celebrities reposted it. Jiang Hai knew very well what netizens were like. They liked to stand on the moral high ground and criticize everything. So when this post spread, it instantly caused a lot of waves. Then, many people came out, saying that they had been to Winthrop and encountered the same thing. They said that the Americans were not kind, that Jiang Hai was a Japanese, and that he deserved a good death for taking the money of the Chinese. There was serious racial discrimination there, and people beat them up. They called the police, but no one cared, and so on. It was undeniable that some people's imaginations were so rich. If you told them a cent, they would treat it as 100,000. Of course, there were also some people who had been to Winthrop. They replied to the post, saying that they had never encountered such a thing, and that Winthrop was not bad. The things they sold were cheaper than in China, and the quality was good. The townspeople were also very friendly. They ate well, played well, and lived well. The expenses were not high. But when such comments were made, the netizens kept scolding them. They said that these people were all pennies, and that they were sinners of the Chinese people. Looking at such fierce comments, not many people had been to Winthrop, so the limelight was quickly suppressed. At this time, many reporters appeared, writing articles as if they had been to Winthrop personally. They described it as a place of evil. The townspeople were racist, and would attack Huaxia for no reason. Guns and drugs were everywhere. Every night, there would be gunfights on the streets. The prices were very high. They were trying to kill Huaxia people, and the tour guides were not responsible. They threw the tourists there and did not care about them anymore. In an instant, the phone of the travel agency that cooperated with Jiang Hai was about to explode. When they heard these comments, the travel agency was stunned. They immediately clarified on the official website and posted many photos. But all of this was useless. Netizens and cyberviolence were just like that. If they were certain of something, even if you told them that they were wrong, they wouldn't think that they were wrong. They would just straighten their necks and scold loudly. At around noon, the news reached Jiang Hai's ears. After all, the travel agency also had to tell Jiang Hai about this. They were considered business partners. If something happened, they naturally had to let Jiang Hai know. However, Jiang Hai's words made the travel agency stunned. Jiang Hai's original words were, "Why should I care about them?" To Jiang Hai, if they wanted to boycott, then boycott. What did it have to do with him? Jiang Hai was not a celebrity. Secondly, he was not involved in real estate, stocks, or economics. He was in the business. He did not send anything to China at all. In China, the only company that was related to him was the Qi Group. However, no one would touch the Qi Group. The Qi Group was so big. If the Qi Group collapsed, would the country take care of the tens of thousands of employees under it? Therefore, the country would not allow anyone to touch the Qi Group. Therefore, if they wanted to boycott, then so be it. He did not earn money from China. His main beef was still sold in America. Of course, he also sold fish and grass. Therefore, he did not care about these. Whether those people were dead or alive had nothing to do with him. He wasn't some saint who wanted everyone to like him. Jiang Hai didn't. He was such a person now. It was as simple as that. As for the travel agency, it would more or less affect them. However, after Jiang Hai explained it to them, they felt that it did not affect them much. Because just like what Jiang Hai said, how many of these netizens who criticized them on the internet would come to Winthrop to play? Since they were not potential customers, why should they care about them? Moreover, the netizens were passionate for 3 days. After 3 days, no one would care about Jiang Hai and the rest. It had to be admitted that sometimes, it was good to give them the cold shoulder. On the first day, the country was in an uproar. There were many netizens who scolded Jiang Hai and Winthrop. There were even some who wanted to conduct a human search on Jiang Hai. However, after the search, they found out a lot of things. For example, Jiang Hai earned billions a year, Jiang Hai was a shareholder of Google, Jiang Hai was a shareholder of the Qi Group, etc. When these identities were added together, some of the more rational netizens said that Jiang Hai was so rich now. Why did he still want to harm his countrymen? Therefore, some netizens shut up. However, this agitated a group of netizens who hated the rich even more. They clamored all day long. However, no matter if it was Jiang Hai, the travel agency, or the Qi Group, they all ignored them. They just did whatever they wanted. On the second day, this trend became even more violent. However, on the third day, there was news of a certain celebrity smoking something in a certain district in Beijing. After that, no one remembered who Jiang Hai was. Alright, it was that simple. As for the treatment in the United States, it was also very simple. Most of the tourists continued to enjoy themselves. After staying in the hospital for 2 days, they continued to enjoy themselves. There were some who were dissatisfied, and Winthrop did not treat them with a peaceful attitude. They directly found a lawyer for them. If they wanted to sue, they could sue them. If not, they would be sent back to their country. The travel agency also said that they would treat it as a wasted trip. They would refund the money to them and leave immediately. As for Jiang Hai, Winthrop, and the travel agency, these people did not expect them to be so firm. This was because in the past, there were many cases of tourists in China. However, the government usually kept the peace. Firstly, it was because China's policies cared for the disadvantaged. To the tourist destinations, tourists were the disadvantaged. Therefore, if a lawsuit was filed, the tourist destinations would definitely win. However, they would also have to compensate the tourists. But it was different in the United States. Everything here was about fairness. It was a society that did not rely on favors. If a rich man and a poor man fought a lawsuit, even if it received the attention of society and the judge sympathized with the poor man, the rich man would still win. This was the role of money. It was different from China. This was the law of the jungle. The weak were prey to the strong. Therefore, these tourists caused a ruckus for a long time. Many of them could not bring themselves to do anything. Hence, they left while cursing. However, these people left. For Jiang Hai and the rest, it did not affect them much. They continued doing what they were supposed to do. On the night of the carnival, Jiang Hai watched the Great Christmas War at home. He ate beef and drank beer. The storm outside had nothing to do with him. After the carnival, it was the New Year's holiday. After all, there were only 5 days left until the New Year. In the United States, Christmas was equivalent to the Chinese New Year. As for the New Year, it was more like the Yuanshao festival. Well, it could be said that. Therefore, although Christmas was over, the atmosphere in Winthrop was still there. Everyone was still immersed in the festive atmosphere. For Jiang Hai and the rest, the so-called festive period was just staying at home. In fact, it did not matter to Jiang Hai whether they celebrated the festive period or not. His daily life was similar to the festive period. When he was at home, Jiang Hai thought of the plane that he booked and Google's smart system. The plane needed to be installed slowly. Most importantly, it was the festive period. Jiang Hai was also on holiday. On the other hand, Google had to tailor a virtual program for Jiang Hai. Therefore, it would take some time. The plane would only be delivered in the middle of January, and the system would only be installed in March. Regarding this, Jiang Hai could only laugh. Since he had already booked the plane, he did not care about this period of time. Originally, he thought that he would spend the New Year quietly and then prepare to return to China. However, a sudden letter broke Jiang Hai's peaceful life. Looking at the letter in his hand, Jiang Hai felt that it was too low class. However, looking at the sealed letter sent from Washington, he shrugged and opened it. The first line was from the Federal Animal Husbandry Administration to Mr. Jiang Hai. Chapter 9:15. Is it necessary for me to come here? Sitting in a Lincoln limousine, Jiang Hai looked at the scenery outside and said to Moses Adams, who rushed over. To be honest, he didn't want to come here. Although he has never been to Washington, to be honest, he has no interest in the power center of the United States. Because he doesn't play politics, and he doesn't invest in power. What is he doing here? He wants to watch an NBA game, not the Wizards. Jiang Hai knows how bad the reputation of the Wizards is in China. Of course it's necessary, my dear boss. When he heard Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams couldn't help but shake his head gently. Sometimes Jiang Hai doesn't care about these things. Other than that, he is really a good boss. But since he is a good boss, if he doesn't want to do something, then he can do it for him. Of course, this is not against Jiang Hai's wishes. For example, in this meeting, Jiang Hai is just lazy to come, not resisting. So Moses Adams will persuade him to come. If Jiang Hai belongs to the Republican Party, then he won't persuade him to come. Everyone knew that at the moment, at least in Washington, this was the territory of the Democratic Party. After their crazy president came to power, their goal was to set a new life goal for the grassroots. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win against a woman with so much power in her hands, right? To be honest, if you want me to argue with those guys, would rather play with the dog at home. Looking at Moses Adams next to him, Jiang Hai shook his head and then said with a serious face. When they heard Jiang Hai say this, Azalina and Wallace Shelley, who were sitting in the front, also smiled, but they didn't say anything because they knew that Jiang Hai was telling the truth. Don't worry, boss, you can stay neutral here. Moses Adams also said with a smile when he heard what Jiang Hai said. Speaking of which, the reason why Jiang Hai came to Washington was mainly because of one thing. It was the letter he received that day. Jiang Hai's life is very simple, so he usually doesn't have an email account. He registered one because he wants to play Pokemon Go. He usually doesn't even go online. Therefore, it wasn't an easy task to find him for formal things. Generally, letters like this were sent through email. If they couldn't find an email, they could only send a letter. Although this action was a little low class, the things mentioned above were very high class. In addition to some polite words, this letter was mainly to invite Jiang Hai to attend the Animal Husbandry Summit organized by the United States Federal Bureau of Livestock on January 3 this year. Jiang Hai originally wanted to throw this letter away when he saw it. He has no interest in attending any summit. If he has the time, he can sleep with Qi and Ai Xiaoxi. But after learning that Jiang Hai had such a summit invitation, Qi Jia told Jiang Hai that he should actually go and take a look. Then Jiang Hai told Moses Adams about this matter, and he also advised Jiang Hai to go and take a look. After all, he is not just the owner of a small manor. He is now the supplier of about 30% of the top beef in the United States. He is a shareholder of Google. He is a herb man who does business with the whole world. These are his business cards. So he has the ability and qualifications to sit here. At the same time, he also needs to get to know his peers. After hearing Moses Adams' words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment. After celebrating the new year with the girls at home, he chartered a commercial jet yesterday and flew to Washington. He has no choice. Nowadays, people like him basically chartered flights everywhere. He rarely takes a big plane because he has to pay attention to his safety. After the plane landed in Washington, Jiang Hai stayed in a hotel arranged by the authorities for the night. This morning, he took a car arranged by the authorities to come here. In order to match the status of a top tycoon, the cars were all Lincoln. There is no need to be picky. Lincoln is a national car. Although it is not expensive in the United States, its status is very prominent. Just like the red flag in China, there is absolutely nothing wrong with using a red flag to entertain guests. No one can find fault with it. After sitting in the car, Jiang Hai and the others chatted. In fact, there must be a bug in the car, but Azalina and the others knew about it and did not set it up. After all, this is the capital of the United States. Sometimes, they would feel relieved if someone eavesdropped on them. Especially this time, the place they were going to was not an ordinary place, but the White House. The car slowly passed through the downtown area of Washington. Jiang Hai was also observing the capital of the United States. The full name of Washington is Washington, D.C. There are two places called Washington in the United States. One is the current special district, and the other is the state of Washington. Among them, Seattle, which has a great reputation in China, is the largest city there. However, this place has nothing to do with Washington. One is on the east coast, and the other is in the west. The distance is quite far. Now, the so-called Lake Washington, the University of Washington, the Olympic National Park, and so on refer to the state of Washington, not Washington. The attractions in Washington are the White House, Capitol Hill, the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and so on. The most famous university here is George Washington University. As for the White House, everyone knows that it is the home and office of the President of the United States, but the White House does not belong to anyone. It belongs to the National Park Service. It is a part of the Presidential Park, but not all of it. Jiang Hai sat in the car and quickly shuttled through the city of Washington. After passing through the security gate, they entered the White House. Of course, before entering, they must be searched. Weapons are certainly not allowed, and bodyguards are not allowed. After all, this is the White House. Azelina and Wallace Shelley stayed in the car or went to the bodyguard lounge. Only Moses Adams can follow Jiang Hai in. After all, he can also give Jiang Hai ideas. The White House does not look big. From the outside, it looks like a 2.5-story building, but no one knows how many floors it has. As for the area, it was about the same as a local government in China. The size was limited. As for the interior decoration, it was also about the same as a local government. Well, Jiang Hai was just talking nonsense. How would he know about these things? In fact, the entire White House covers an area of 73,000 square meters. It is composed of the main building, the East Wing, and the West Wing. There is a total of 3 floors above. This is correct. There is a bottom floor, which is the basement. As for how deep it is, Jiang Hai does not know. After walking into the White House, Jiang Hai can see that it is not an exaggeration to describe this place with a guard every 3 steps. There were guards everywhere. Every one of them was wearing a suit and sunglasses. Their waists were bulging, and they were probably carrying guns. In addition to these people, there are many office workers who are also walking back and forth in the corridor. Jiang Hai can see that there are some primary school students who came to attend the White House in the distance. This is also a kind of education to cultivate their patriotism. A teacher is explaining the history of the White House in front of him. Looking at this scene, Jiang Hai does not know why, but he suddenly thinks of Scheit Clive. It seems that when he first saw her, it was also a scene like this. But after thinking about it, he withdrew this thought. When she decided to stay away from him, it was already over for them. She can't accept that there are so many women around him, and he can't abandon these people to look for her. Just like what Jiang Hai said, he does not have the ability to choose. Only others can choose him. Sometimes, it is important to be domineering, but sometimes, if the other party is in pain, then it is another story. After following the person in front of them and leaving the main building, they can't go to the East Wing. That is where the meeting is. The main building is mainly where the president's family lives. Discussions and meetings are done in the East and West Wings. As Jiang Hai walked over, he saw some people in the distance. Some people are familiar, such as Luke Shawn and his son, who are walking not far in front of him. There is also John Malone, who used to be the godfather of television in the United States, who has just walked into a room. Outside the door of the room, there is a woman in a jumpsuit. Jiang Hai's eyesight is good, so he saw her at a glance. This woman is really attractive. She is very tall, about 1.8 meters, but she is wearing very high heels, which makes her look not much shorter than Jiang Hai. Compared to the nearby security guards, agents, she is quite different. With a delicate face and a tall and straight posture, it is undeniable that this is a very beautiful and elegant woman. At this time, although the woman is smiling, Jiang Hai feels that she doesn't seem to be very happy. Seeing Luke Shawn coming from a distance, she also took the initiative to greet him. After shaking hands, she watched Luke Shawn walk in. Next is Jiang Hai. Boss, pay attention to your words and actions. This is the daughter of the current President of the United States. Although he has gone out with Jiang Hai many times and knows that Jiang Hai is not a pig or a fool, Moses Adams still reminded him. He is very sure that Jiang Hai doesn't know who this person is, so it is necessary to tell Jiang Hai. Oh. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't show it. Instead, he slowly walked over. Seeing the woman in front of him reach out her hand, Jiang Hai also reached out his hand. After gently shaking it, Jiang Hai let go. Hello, Mr. Jiang Hai, I really didn't expect that you would come to this summit. Looking at Jiang Hai, the beautiful woman in front of him smiled and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help smacking his lips. If I say that I didn't expect to come, would you believe me? Looking at the woman in front of him, Jiang Hai said softly. Hee, you are really humorous, please come in. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the woman in front of him smiled softly and said to Jiang Hai. Chapter 9:16. Walking into the venue, Jiang Hai saw a huge oval round table. There were many boss chairs next to the table, and there was another chair behind each chair. There was a nameplate on the table in front. The meaning was very clear. The person who invited could sit in the front, and the person who followed could only sit in the back. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai saw Luke Shawn and John Malone, but old Malone was sitting in the first seat on the left. The title of the largest landlord in the United States was not a joke. Luke Shawn was sitting in the fifth seat on the right. When they saw Jiang Hai coming, they all nodded to Jiang Hai as a greeting. Jiang Hai also smiled and nodded. He looked for his seat, but looking at his position, Jiang Hai could not help but twitch his mouth. His seat was really at the back. It was the second last seat on the left. The total number of people who came here for the meeting added up to more than 20 people. Jiang Hai's seat was very far away. Although he did not know much about these things, he also knew that the farther the seat of the meeting was from the seat of honor, the lower the position of the official. Although Jiang Hai was not an official, it also meant that his position in the hearts of these officials was lower. However, the dissatisfaction only lasted for a moment. Because he originally wanted to come here to do nothing, he did not care. Walking here, Jiang Hai sat down directly, and Moses Adam sat in the chair behind him. At the same time, he took out an assembled laptop and prepared to record today's meeting content. This was also what the other followers were doing. Hello, are you Jiang Hai? After Jiang Hai sat down, people came one after another. Soon, someone sat next to Jiang Hai. On his left, which was the third last seat, was a bald man who looked very proud. He just glanced at Jiang Hai and did not speak anymore. Jiang Hai was not interested in this guy who looked like Professor X, but on his right, which was the last seat, was a white man about 30 years old. It was not easy to get to this position at 30 years old. Jiang Hai had a golden finger, so he did not count. After sitting down, the man glanced at Jiang Hai, then asked Jiang Hai with a bright smile. Oh, hello, Mr. Boggs. Hearing this person's question, Jiang Hai also replied, but he did not know who this person was. After glancing at this person's name tag, Jiang Hai knew that he was called Terry Boggs, but he didn't know what he did. It's normal that you don't know me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Terry Boggs. I just bought a piece of land in Mexico last July and started a livestock business. Hearing Jiang Hai's hesitation, the man named Boggs also laughed, then took the initiative to extend his hand and introduced himself to Jiang Hai. Oh, Jiang Hai. I bought a small manor in Winthrop. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also shook his hand and introduced himself. In fact, there were almost no people here who didn't know Jiang Hai. Everyone knew about him, but very few people knew about him. After all, last year's forage incident caused a lot of commotion. I know you, brother. Your forage, TSK. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that my target is only the middle and low-end markets, I would have definitely participated in your forage sale last time. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Terry Boggs also laughed and said. Hearing that he wanted to make friends with him, Jiang Hai was also bored, so he chatted with him. But after chatting, Jiang Hai found that in terms of pure strength, he seemed to be the weakest among all the people present. This had nothing to do with money. The people who attended the livestock summit here only looked at how much land you had and how many cattle you had. It was that simple. Excluding the area of Shanghai, Jianghai's land was less than 27,000 acres in total. It was 160,000 acres, or 110 square kilometers. This seemed not small to Jianghai, but in fact, Jianghai's territory was already bigger than the town of Winthrop. There were 45,000 beef cattle, 30,000 Angus cattle, 5,000 Limousin cattle, 5,000 Charolais cattle, and 5,000 Shorthorn cattle. But here, his numbers, could only be This Terry Boggs beside him only had a ranch in the state of Mexico. Big or small? 72,000 acres, a total of 250,000 cattle. With this kind of strength, he had to sit at the back. The big bald man next to Jianghai had 120,000 acres of land in Montana and Wyoming, and a total of 800,000 cattle. Only people with this kind of strength were qualified to attend such a conference. The United States was a big country in animal husbandry. The value of animal husbandry accounted for 48% of the total agricultural output, almost 50%. In other words, grains, vegetables, and fruits were equal to meat. The United States beef cattle industry was the world's #1. The states with more than 1 million beef cattle in the United States accounted for 70% of the total beef cattle in the United States. Texas alone had 14 million beef cattle in 2003, but it only accounted for less than 15% of the total beef cattle in the United States at that time. Kansas and Nebraska were also states with a large number of beef cattle. There were also Oklahoma, California, Missouri, South Dakota, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Colorado. These were the top 10 states with the most beef cattle in the United States. But now everyone knew that Montana had risen to the top. Now that the United States had opened the Huaxia and Asian markets, the beef cattle in the United States would definitely not be less than 200 million. As for Huaxia, there were less than 70 million beef cattle in the United States. In 2013, there were only 68 million beef cattle, and Huaxia had a population of 1.3 billion. In addition, the slaughter rate of beef cattle was not as high as in the United States, and the production of meat was not as high as in the United States. The population was more than 4 times higher, so it was no wonder that beef was so expensive in the United States. Production decided everything, right? They had more than 20 million cows, and the milk production was more than 150 million tons. There were 300 million people in the United States, and each person had about 500 kilograms of milk. If they drank 1 kilogram of milk every day, they would have to waste more than 100 kilograms. So it was no wonder that the prices in the United States were cheap. It was really because the United States could not afford it. In this regard, Jianghai could only shrug. It seemed that he was really a junior. Since that was the case, Lindley decided to follow his original plan to the end. Actually, it wasn't a bad choice to stay here. After chatting with Terry Boggs for a while, an official walked in. Everyone was silent. They looked at the official and waited for the summit to begin. Cough, hello, everyone. My name is Beloja Christian. I am the current Deputy Director of the Federal Animal Husbandry Department. You can call me Beloja. It is an honor to meet all of you here today. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the Caucasian man in his 40s in front of him began to speak seriously. But to be honest, in Huaxia, the Deputy Director of the National Animal Husbandry Department, oh my God, even the most powerful animal husbandry owner in the world would have to kneel down and lick his boots. After all, this was the person who was in charge of them. But in the United States, especially in the eyes of more than 20 people, officials were just that. In the United States, they did not fight for power. In the United States, the government did not fight for power. In the eyes of the rich people in the United States, these officials were just that. They did not dare to cause trouble for them. This was the reality. There were so many parties in the United States. This was not a joke. There were 4 parties participating in the election alone. Although it was basically a battle between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. But there were hundreds of people who had the votes of the Senate. These forces were intertwined. In fact, it felt a bit like the Ming Dynasty. In the Huaxia, the officials were basically trained by businessmen in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Guangdong. After they became officials, their main purpose was to seek benefits for the business class on their side. The most famous Donglin Party came about in this way. If there were benefits, they would rush to the front. If there were no benefits, they would run away. When the Qing dynasty came, they just needed to change the emperor. They did not care. This was the current situation in the United States. But what was different from the late Ming dynasty was that the businessmen in the late Ming dynasty were involved in things like food, salt, and cloth. These businessmen in the United States were involved in the arms trade. That's why they liked to fight. Now that the topic was over, the main point of this conversation was to say that a deputy bureau chief would not dare to provoke people like Jiang Hai. That's why the people in the meeting room did not seem to care about what he said. Some of them were even using their hands to send messages. Only the people who brought along the meeting room would take note of what he said seriously. The purpose of this meeting was not much different from the meetings in China. First, they will look at the stock of livestock in the U.S. and the situation of the livestock industry. Were cows, sheep, pigs, etc. Were they doing well? Next, they will look at the future and see if the U.S. can maintain its reputation as the world's strongest livestock country. The most important thing was to discuss the price of meat. The price of meat was different in every state. That's why the prices of meat were different in every state. It was just like China. If some places produce meat, the meat will be cheaper. If some places do not produce meat, the meat will be more expensive if it was imported from other places. Just like Bing City's vegetables. It was still okay in summer, but it was very expensive in winter. Why? It was because it was winter, and the vegetables could not be grown. They could only be transported from the south. The transportation cost was also included, and the vegetables were more expensive. Chapter 9:17. After that, everyone started to talk about the same things. Although the prices of beef, pork, mutton, etc. are different in different states, they need to set the prices first. Huaxia had suffered a huge loss about 10 years ago because of this. Huaxia is different from the United States. In the United States, beef and mutton are the main food. Although pork is the second largest in the world, most of the pork is used for canned food, sausages, fried pork chops, etc. Other than that, only Huaxia immigrants in the United States will buy and eat these things. But in Huaxia, pork is the main meat. But the farmers in Huaxia are very scattered. Huaxia's animal husbandry is done on a free-range basis. That means cows, pigs, and goats are all reared in the villages. It is not easy to count them, and that's why the statistics were not done for a year. Pork is very cheap. Jiang Hai remembers that year. Pork is only 4 to 5 renminbi per catty. Even vegetables are more expensive than meat. After that, everyone knew that pork was no longer profitable. The next year, no one raised pigs anymore. This time, the price of pork instantly shot up. It more than tripled and was even sold for more than 20 yuan. At that time, everyone saw how the pork had grown. Many people went back to rearing pigs, and the price of pork dropped again. The amount of money lost during this period is shocking. Most importantly, no one is confident anymore. After that, the government started to regulate the prices and check the stocks. Although they are unable to get the exact figures, they want to know more than 70% of the stocks and how much they can produce next year. This will make it easier for them to regulate the prices. The prices of pork are different in different places, and there is a range of regulation. For example, if the average price is 15 renminbi, plus or minus 2 renminbi, then the price of pork will be between 13 renminbi and 17 renminbi. This is why Jiang Hai and the rest are attending this summit. The American government wants to know how much beef they have in stock this year and how much they can produce next year. Then, they will set the prices. That's right. The prices are set this way. It is different from the experts and professors. This is how the prices are set. It was just like the annual trends. In fact, it was just a few major brands and designers coming together to research what colors they liked recently, and what companies were going to launch. Then, they would integrate and seek common ground while reserving differences. Then, they would discuss and come up with this year's trend. As for the price of beef, it was the same. However, this had nothing to do with Jiang Hai, because Jiang Hai himself did not come into contact with these low to medium civilian markets. He only sold high-end goods. He did not care how much preferred, standard, or commercial beef you sold. He only sold those starting at $400. You can do whatever you want. If you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to buy, then forget it. It was precisely because of this that in the eyes of the traditional livestock owners, Jiang Hai was a freak. A small farmer with only 45,000 head of cattle could squeeze into their ranks. Wasn't it all because of Jiang Hai's reputation? But when it comes to strength, these people look down on Jiang Hai. This is also why the bald man beside Jiang Hai looks down on him. He has 800,000 cows. If he earns 1,000 renminbi per cow, he can earn 800 million renminbi per cow. Moreover, he is not worried that he will not be able to sell his cows one day. As long as there are people in the United States, they will eat beef. It is as simple as that. And Jiang Hai's high-end market will disappear at any time. From their point of view, Jiang Hai's current situation can be summed up in 4 words: his foundation is not stable. Therefore, they are not interested in Jiang Hai, except for Jiang Hai's pasture. But at the same time, Jiang Hai is not interested in them. 1,000 renminbi per cow. He will not do this kind of business. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for him to listen to what they are saying. So, he just scrolls through his phone in boredom. Fortunately, these people are not very talkative. After chatting for about an hour and a half, they have reached an agreement. It is basically the same as what Jiang Hai knows. If there is a change, it means that the status of the United States in the world has changed. Because these things come with the USD. As long as the USD is still strong and is still the number 1 currency in the world, then everything will be fine. After the discussion, the people here did not say that they are going to treat them to a meal. After the discussion, everyone can leave. I told you. I am redundant. I don't even know what they are talking about. As they walked out, Jiang Hai said to Moses Adams. Moses Adams had seen a lot of big shots today. These big shots were not people that he could come in contact with at his current level. Of course, he was just seeing them. Moses Adams had seen a lot of big shots today. He had seen a lot of big shots today. These big shots all had their own personal lawyers, so they wouldn't use him. However, it was good for him to gain some knowledge and scare people. Moreover, as long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug. Of course, he is not just saying it. Boss, you don't know how many people want to attend this summit every year. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams also calmed down and looked at Jiang Hai with some helplessness. He has to admit that Jiang Hai is really casual sometimes. Really? Why don't I know? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai curled his lips and said with some disdain. Of course, for example, me. But before Moses Adams could answer, Terry Boggs, who had just greeted Jiang Hai, came over and said with a smile. Hearing him interrupt, Moses Adams took a step back. This is not the time for him to speak, and Jiang Hai shrugged when he heard his words. In fact, if you knew me earlier, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I would have just given you my seat. Hearing this man's words, Jiang Hai also said casually. It seems that he really doesn't care about his position today. Huh, you are really humorous. I don't know if you have anything to do in a while. If not, I will treat you to a meal. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Terry Boggs couldn't help but say with a smile. Oh. Okay. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai froze for a moment, then nodded. He always felt that this guy's purpose of looking for him was not pure. Instead of letting him hold it in, it was better to let him say it. Jiang Hai is not someone who can't refuse others. In fact, he can see that it seems that Terry Boggs is not the only one who wants to look for him now. Oh. Ah. Oh, okay. Hearing Jiang Hai agree so readily, Terry Boggs was a little confused. When he came, he also inquired about Jiang Hai and knew that Jiang Hai is a very unsociable person. He doesn't want to go to parties, nor does he want to go out to play. His only hobby is to stay at home. As for the question of being lecherous, which man is not lecherous? What's more, in his opinion, Jiang Hai is a lecherous person with principles. So in his opinion, maybe Jiang Hai is a loner, not good at socializing, and a little introverted, so it is not an easy thing to invite him to a meal. But he didn't expect that when he opened his mouth, Jiang Hai would actually agree. In fact, he was right. It is not an easy thing to find Jiang Hai. Among the 20 people present, there are only 2 who are friends with Jiang Hai. One is Luke Shawn, and the other is John Malone. But these 2 have never hung out with Jiang Hai before. It is not that they don't want to, but Jiang Hai skipped over them every time. This time, the reason why Jiang Hai agreed to Terry Boggs's proposal was because he knew that if he didn't agree to one of them first, it wouldn't be easy to avoid the other people's dinner. Moreover, he would also offend others. Rather than that, it is better to directly agree to the first person who invited him. Secondly, Jiang Hai is really a little hungry now. The second point is definitely not the reason why he agreed. But in any case, Jiang Hai agreed. For Terry Boggs, this is a big deal. He immediately put on a smile and led Jiang Hai out of the White House. The other people who originally wanted to make friends with Jiang Hai, after seeing Jiang Hai and Terry Boggs leave, they couldn't help but frown and stop their footsteps. The people here can be said to be famous in the United States. They don't have the habit of taking the initiative to kiss ass with a warm face. After Jiang Hai and Terry Boggs left, they also got into their respective Lincoln cars. Then the 2 of them went to downtown Washington one after the other. Soon, they arrived at a high-end restaurant called George. What a mess of restaurants. Jiang Hai was too lazy to remember the names. After walking in, it was really a high-end Western restaurant. This person took Jiang Hai to a separate compartment. In addition, there were 3 tables specially prepared for their attendants, namely Moses Adams, Azalina, and Wallace Shelley on Jiang Hai's side. On his side, there was also an attendant and a driver from before. Everyone ate their own food, so the content of the conversation would not be leaked. Come on, brother, the seafood here is great. After the 2 of them sat down, a waiter came over with 2 menus. Jiang Hai listened to him and took the menu with a smile. But when he opened the first page, he saw the words on it, "Top seafood from Winthrop's mysterious sea." For some reason, when Jiang Hai looked at this paragraph, he felt a little embarrassed and a little happy. Chapter 9:18. This restaurant was a very traditional French restaurant, but Jiang Hai didn't choose a set meal, but ordered individual dishes. French fried sole, Mexican spicy seafood platter with French bread, garlic cream cod soup with crab feet, crab meat salad. The main course was 10 brocade seafood rice and shrimp, crab shell seafood noodles, accompanied by some side dishes. Originally, Terry Boggs also wanted to order red wine, but Jiang Hai refused. He didn't want to drink that. If it was beer, it would be fine, but eating French food with beer, no matter how he thought about it, it didn't match very well. Soon after they ordered, a waiter brought their food. He had to admit that the seafood made by these French chefs was really good. Compared to the Chinese food made by Chia, it was good to eat this kind of Western food occasionally. Although Chia was very talented in cooking, after all, compared to these professionals, she was still a little lacking. But to be honest, Jiang Hai felt that the food made by Chia was very delicious, at least that was what he thought. After 30 days of eating, the dishes were very tasty. Foreigners didn't pay attention to talking when eating, so Jiang Hai and the others ate quickly and quietly. But when the rice and dishes were finished, and fruit salad and coffee were served, it was time to talk. After taking a sip of coffee, Terry Boggs looked at Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai knew that he was going to talk. "I don't know the habits of Huaxia people very well. I prefer to be direct, so I'll ask Mr. Jiang directly. I don't know what Mr. Jiang thinks about the political parties in the United States." Looking at Jiang Hai, Terry Boggs said with a serious face. "Cough, what?" Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. Originally, he thought that this Terry Boggs was inviting him to a meal, at most, to ask him about the matter of the pasture. Whether it was to buy or not, Jiang Hai was mentally prepared. But now, it suddenly turned into a political issue, making Jiang Hai somewhat confused. He looked at Terry Boggs with a puzzled face. "Oh, I said it very clearly. I want to ask you what you think about the political parties in the United States." Terry Boggs shrugged his shoulders at Jiang Hai's reaction and said with an indifferent look on his face. It was as if he was talking about today's potatoes, even though Jiang Hai and the others didn't order any potatoes at all. "I'm a cattle farmer, and I'm Huaxia. I have no intention of changing my nationality, so I have no right to speak about the political system of the United States." Looking at Terry Boggs in front of him, Jiang Hai said seriously. The United States is a country of freedom of speech, so you don't have to be so restrained. But if you really don't want to say it, then listen to me. Do you know anything about the Liberal Party?" Looking at Jiang Hai, Terry Boggs began to talk, but Jiang Hai didn't respond. It sounded like he was listening to Terry Boggs. "Do you know Ainley?" If he knew that Jiang Hai was a member of this kind of political party, he wouldn't have come to dinner. He had to remain neutral. And to be honest, there were too many political parties in the United States. Jiang Hai couldn't remember except for the two largest ones. The Liberal Party is the third largest political party in the United States. You also know that there are many political parties in the United States, such as the GC Party, the Progressive Party, the Labor Organization, the Farmers Association, and so on. There are more than a dozen of them, but only 4 can participate in the election. One is the current ruling Democratic Party, one is the Republican Party, one is the Independent Party, and the last one is our Liberal Party. Looking at Jiang Hai, Terry Boggs said excitedly. He didn't look like a fanatic. Our Liberal Party is currently the third largest political party in the United States, with a total of 200,000 registered voters and a total of 600 party members in public positions, including mayors, county officials, and so on. It can be said that our Liberal Party is also very powerful. Looking at Jiang Hai, Terry Boggs waved his arms excitedly and kept spitting saliva. Looking at him, Jiang Hai was already thinking about how to get away. It didn't seem good to leave after eating. Just as Jiang Hai was hesitating here, an old white man came from a distance. When he saw Jiang Hai and Terry Boggs sitting here, he quickly walked over. Seeing this man, Terry Boggs took the initiative to stand up. "I hope I didn't disturb you." After the white man walked to the table, he smiled at Jiang Hai. "Oh, no, we just finished eating." Hearing the white man's words, before Jiang Hai could speak, Terry Boggs spoke first. Then the white man didn't hesitate and sat directly opposite Jiang Hai. "Jiang, let me introduce you, this is the leader of our party, Gary Johnson." Looking at the man in front of him, Terry Boggs said with a serious face. Hearing his name, Jiang Hai's mind turned a bit. Jiang Hai had some understanding of this person, not because he was a famous person, but because Jiang Hai wanted to open a manor in the United States at the very beginning. He once wanted to go to Mexico because the land there was the cheapest in a sense, but the auction house strongly recommended that place. According to them, the people there were very chaotic, and it was easy for drug lords to cross the border. It was very dangerous, so Jiang Hai gave up on that place. Plus, it was really not very good there. And this Gary Johnson was the governor of Mexico when Jiang Hai wanted to go there. Looking at Terry Boggs, he seemed to be from Mexico as well. So, Jiang Hai didn't believe that there wasn't some kind of dirty deal going on between the two of them. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Hai, I know you, I also know your beef, and I also know your fish and forage." Listening to the introduction, Gary Johnson also smiled and stretched out his hand and said to Jiang Hai, "Oh, hello." Although Jiang Hai was very reluctant to have anything to do with these people, he also stretched out his hand. "I don't know, Mr. Jiang, what do you think of our Liberal Party?" Looking at Jiang Hai, Gary Johnson also smiled and said, then he began to introduce the situation of his party, regardless of whether Jiang Hai understood or not. To put it bluntly, this party was actually a party formed by businessmen, advocating a system of complete freedom. For example, large-scale tax cuts, privatization of the social welfare system, elimination of government regulation of business, abolition of labor regulations such as minimum wage, and stop government interference in international trade. Protecting private property, minimizing the number of government officials, freedom of everything, no restrictions on defense, no regulation of firearms, opposing conscription, and stopping the ban of the so-called no victim, selling sex, driving without a license, buying, selling, and using drugs. Think about it. In this world, there was no regulation of firearms. Ordinary people could even buy missiles. Workers didn't have the minimum labor protection. That is to say, the boss could pay as much as he wanted. No one could control it. There was a maximum limit but no minimum limit. Selling sex on the street was legal. Driving without a license was not a problem as long as there was no car accident. Buying, selling, and using drugs could also be done in broad daylight. As long as no one died, no one would care. This kind of world, damn, what kind of freedom was this? This was clearly the end of the world. But for businessmen, this was a paradise. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai was not a pure businessman. So after he finished talking about the Liberal Party, Jiang Hai did not have a good impression of this party. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Although he also hated being bound, there was no absolute freedom in this world. Jiang Hai always believed that human nature was evil and selfish. If he really lived in such a lawless world, then it could only be the end of the world. And Jiang Hai did not stay in such a world for long enough. So he did not say a word to their words. After they finished, Jiang Hai left. For them to let Jiang Hai join them, Jiang Hai just smiled. He was not crazy. It seems that the situation is not very smooth. After watching Jiang Hai get in the car and leave, Terry Boggs said to Gary Johnson next to him with some discouragement. To be honest, the reason why they spent so much effort to get Terry Boggs in was mainly for Jiang Hai. Because they knew that Jiang Hai had that kind of pasture in his hands. If they could control Jiang Hai, or control that kind of pasture, it would be extremely beneficial for the development of their party. Controlling the beef was equivalent to controlling the mouths of all Americans. And Jiang Hai's pasture was the key to controlling the beef. Jiang Hai did not have the intention to make this thing big, but they did. But now it seemed that their efforts were useless because Jiang Hai was really not interested in their party. Now that it is not smooth, it does not mean that it will not be smooth forever. I believe he will understand. Looking at the leaving Jiang Hai, Gary Johnson smiled. They could not only make these preparations to come to Jiang Hai, but they thought that Jiang Hai was too simple. Is Jiang Hai that kind of person who is easy to deal with? At least he did not think so. It was too dangerous. I actually met a pair of lunatics. Jiang Hai, who got in the car, could not help but wipe his sweat at this time and said helplessly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses, Adams and the others laughed. There were quite a lot of lunatics in the United States. By the way, boss, where are we going now? Back to Boston. After laughing, Wallace turned her head and asked Jiang Hai. Chapter 9:19. Well, let's go back. I'm really uncomfortable here. Hearing Wallace Shelley's words, Jiang Hai also nodded. He really didn't get along with this place. To be honest, he wasn't very comfortable in Washington. Okay, I'll inform the crew. Hearing Jiang Hai say that he was going back, Wallace Shelley also smiled and picked up her phone to make a call. But before she could call, Jiang Hai's phone rang first. Jiang Hai picked up the phone and looked at it. The caller was no one else but Pra Walton. Although Jiang Hai and Pra Walton were still in regular contact, they hadn't been in contact for a while. After all, Pra Walton was also in the Walton family. There were many things to do at the end of the year. Summary, accounting, annual meeting. A big company naturally wouldn't be like Jiang Hai's. They would just gather together, have a meal, and give out money. They had a lot of things to do. Just the problem of layoffs or new employees next year would require a lot of meetings. Fortunately, Pra Walton was now leading Sam's Club alone because of her relationship with Jiang Hai. She had the final say in everything, and no one would intervene in this. The Walton family was very good at this. Although Pra Walton's uncle and her father had been competing for the management rights of Warlima, fortunately, they were all serious businessmen. They weren't the kind of businessmen who would fight with each other for power. Their essence was to make money. Whoever could make more money for everyone would be the hero. It was that simple. Therefore, Pra Walton's current position was very stable. Because Jiang Hai could make her a lot of money, although it was far worse than the head office. After all, Jiang Hai was only taking the high-end route, but the money he earned was real money. Hello, Pra, why did you call me at this time? Are you done with the things over there? In a flash, Jiang Hai had already picked up the phone, and then said to Pra Walton with a smile. Hee, are you in Washington? Hearing Jiang Hai's voice, Pra Walton on the other side of the phone chuckled and said. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was stunned. He didn't tell anyone that he went to Washington. He glanced at Wallace Shelley and Azalina in front of him. These two didn't seem like people who would reveal his location. He looked out of the window. The car speeding didn't seem to be seen. What the hell is this? How do you know? Although he had some doubts, Jiang Hai was good, he didn't know what, so he asked Prawalton. He really didn't know how she knew he was here. I saw you on the White House's reception list today. Hearing Jiang Hai say this, Prawalton also said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was even more confused. She can see the White House's reception list. I'm also in Washington, but it's different from your meeting. I've been here for 3 days. At the beginning of the year, this year is also the first year of the new president, so everything has to be friendly. We can only wait here. Ignoring Jiang Hai's doubts, Prawalton couldn't help but sigh, and then said to Jiang Hai, she didn't like meetings either. Haha, then you're miserable. Are you going to stay here for a while? Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai asked her. Well, I'll stay for 4 days. Are you in a hurry to go back? If you don't have anything to do, come and stay with me for a while. I'll open a few PA for you to play. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Prawalton said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, then shook his head. Recently, the investigation was very strict. He didn't want his story to end like this, but although he didn't have to open a PA, it's not bad to stay with Prawalton for a while. Forget about PA, it doesn't matter if I stay here with you for a while. Where are you? I'll find you. Hearing Prawalton's voice, Jiang Hai said to her with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai say that he can come and accompany her, Prawalton also told him her location. Maybe in order to entertain the people of the summit, these people stayed in the same hotel. It's the same hotel where Jiang Hai stayed, but on a different floor. Jiang Hai came last night. If he came earlier, he might have met Prawalton. After returning to the hotel, Jiang Hai asked Moses Adams, he still had something to deal with, so he left first, and Jiang Hai also booked his room for 4 more days. This year's Lunar New Year was at the end of January, and Jiang Hai still had a lot of time. He was also thinking about whether he should bring everyone back this year. This year, there were 5 people who will definitely return to China. Jiang Hai, Qi Jia, Qi Ye, Ai Xiaoxi, and Feng Yunchin. Ai Xiaoxi will go back to her hometown in Lu Province for the Lunar New Year. After the Lunar New Year, she will go to the capital to meet Jiang Hai. The other 4 will naturally go back to Bing City, but Jiang Hai was thinking about whether he should bring Delina, Marian, Azalina, and Aphrodite back. After all, they haven't been to their hometown yet. Now that they are following him, he should go and have a look. Although there is a lot of snow in Winthrop, it's still different from Bing City. But where to live after returning is a problem. It seems that he needs to buy a big house in Bing City. Of course, this is just an idea. When he goes back, he will naturally discuss it with the girls. However, based on their obedient attitude towards Jiang Haiyan, there shouldn't be any problems. As for Prawalton's place, it doesn't matter if they stay for 4 more days. After adding 4 more days to his room, Jiang Hai went to Prawalton's room. As for Azalina and Wallace Shelley, they were very perceptive and didn't follow him. He gently knocked on the door. Not long after, there was a sound of footsteps from inside. With a click, Prawalton appeared in front of Jiang Hai. At this time, she was wearing a tank top, and some of her protruding parts could be seen clearly. She was wearing only a pair of hot pants. She was really quite seductive, but Jiang Hai's expression was not very good. This is just me, so I've seen it. What if it's someone else? This woman is too careless. Wow, you came back so quickly. Give me a kiss. Seeing Jiang Hai standing outside the door, Prawalton couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Then she threw herself into Jiang Hai's arms and kissed Jiang Hai's lips directly. Feeling her naughty tongue, Jiang Hai also fought back. At the same time, he hugged her and walked into the door. After closing the door, his hands were a little naughty. It is said that after a long separation, Xing Xing is a newlywed. Walton asked Jiang Hai to come, first, to accompany her, and second, to cough. I say, can you not be so arrogant? Just as the temperature between Jiang Hai and Walton gradually rose, a voice sounded in the room. Hearing this voice, Jiang Hai was also startled. He immediately jumped away and looked at the source of the voice. As a result, he found that there were two women sitting in the room. Jiang Hai also knew one of them. It was the woman who was responsible for receiving people at the door when they were in the White House. However, Moses Adams said that she was the daughter of the current president. Jiang Hai had always kept a respectful distance from such a woman. And the other woman, to be honest, was relatively flat. She seemed to be the oldest among these people. She had blonde hair, and her upper body was not very plump. There was always a faint disdain in the corner of her eyes. In terms of Jiang Hai's aesthetics, this woman was actually not very good-looking. As for the aesthetics of Americans, who knew? Let me introduce you. This is Paris Hilton, one of the heirs of the Hilton Hotel. This is Ivan Trump, the daughter of our current president. Hearing these two people, Walton also walked to Jiang Hai's side with a smile, as if she didn't care about letting people know her relationship with Jiang Hai. She just took Jiang Hai's arm and said with a smile, "We just met today, didn't we, Mr. Jiang?" Hearing Walton's introduction, Ivan Trump, who was still wearing the clothes she wore this morning, also stood up and said to Jiang Hai with a smile, "Oh, hello." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also responded. As for the woman on the other side, Jiang Hai didn't know her at first, but when he heard the name, he basically knew her. Paris Hilton, America's famous prodigal and socialite. She and her good friend, Kim Kardashian, were so famous. Firstly, it was because of their wealth. Secondly, it was because of some of the titles they had filmed. Alright, actually, it wasn't titles. It was just a video. But it was really a big deal. Jiang Hai also glanced at it, but to be honest, he had no interest in these women. It was better to find those professional women than these guys. At least they wouldn't cheat you, right? You're Jiang Hai. I always hear Walton talk about you, but this is the first time we meet. Seeing Jiang Hai looking over, Paris Hilton also stood up and said to Jiang Hai in a tone with a hint of disdain. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also laughed. Talking to such a guy, you will lose if you care about her tone. Well, we won't disturb you from resuing. Walton remembered that she had to attend yesterday morning. Hearing Paris Hilton's words, the atmosphere in the room dropped a little. Ivan Trump couldn't help but smile and ease the situation. Chapter 920. Hearing what Ivan Trump said, Paris Hilton didn't say much. She just took a look at Jiang Hai and left. As for Walton, she also waved to the two and motioned them to take care. After the two left the room and locked the door, Jiang Hai hugged Walton's waist and picked her up. Of course, the bodies of the two were still tightly attached to each other. Wow, he, next is our time. Do you want to go out and play first, or? Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton first exclaimed, then laughed. Her long legs were directly in the air, hugging Jiang Hai's waist, looking at Jiang Hai with charming eyes. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. Yes, you can order. Looking at Walton in front of him, Jiang Hai also said seriously. Have you had lunch? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton asked Jiang Hai with a smile. Yes. Hearing her suddenly talk about lunch, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, but he answered truthfully. Then let's do some exercise to digest first. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai still didn't know what she meant. He directly carried her to the bed, threw her on the big bed, and then threw himself on it. Because of some policies, it is impossible to describe the details after the fight between the two in detail. For a while, only clothes and other things could be seen flying everywhere. After a long while, Pra Walton's voice, accompanied by a smell, began to drift in the room. This sound lasted about an hour before it stopped. After about half an hour, it rang again. It had to be said that 30 was like a wolf, 40 was like a tiger. At this age, although Paula Walton had a group of girls to help her relieve her loneliness, her needs in that aspect were obviously not something that could be easily satisfied by women. Being together with Jiang Hai was the most interesting thing. Stop it, or we'll have to do it again in a while. Patting her butt, Jiang Hai said to Pra Walton. Let's do it. I've only heard of tired cows, have you heard of plowed fields? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton also raised her head and said with a smile, but when she said it, her eyes were a little evasive, because now she is just trying to be brave. She knows her situation, if she does it again, her body may not be able to stand it. Well, go take a shower, did you say you want to take me out to play? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also knew that she could not stand it now, so he said to her with a smile. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Pra Walton's mouth also raised. I want you to take me out. Not knowing when it started, Pra Walton, who was originally a strong woman, was like a kitten in front of Jiang Hai. She learned to please Jiang Hai and learned to act coquettishly. Jiang Hai did not have any discomfort with this. After retreating, he picked up the lazy Pra Walton next to him, walked into the bathroom next to him, and stepped into the prepared bathtub. No one knew what happened when the two took a shower, but this shower also took more than half an hour. After coming out, the two put on their clothes again and were ready to leave the hotel, but when they put on their clothes, Pra Walton was still not prepared to wear a vest, but under Jiang Hai's strong request, she wore it. It had to be said that in fact, women in the United States really did not like to wear vests, and the girls in Jiang Hai's manner were the same. After the two went out, Pra Walton specially went to the hotel to rent a car. Of course, after they came out, 2 cars followed them. One was driven by Azalina and Wallace Shelley, and the other was to protect Pra Walton. Of course, they did not appear in Jiang Hai's sight, but Jiang Hai knew that they were following him. Are you here to attend the livestock summit? After getting in the car, Pra Walton asked Jiang Hai while driving. The relationship between the two was actually quite harmonious. If the relationship between the two was to be said, it was somewhat unclear. If they were lovers, they were not. What if they were friends? They were closer than friends. They rolled on the bed sheet as soon as they met. How could there be such a friend? But it was not right to say that they were lovers, because the two had no plans to be together. Usually, they were busy with their own things. And it was not right to say that they were friends. After all, the two were partners, so the relationship between the two was very complicated. However, Jiang Hai would not point this out. After all, he felt that it was difficult to deal with the women in his manner now. Well, I came to attend the livestock summit. I played with my mobile phone there for an hour and a half, and then the meeting was over. Facing Paula Walton, Jiang Hai didn't hide his attitude. He didn't like to attend the meeting. He really didn't want to go. By the way, only the livestock summit called you. What about the fishing industry? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton first smiled and then said to Jiang Hai. In her opinion, Jiang Hai was now walking on 2 legs. Not only did his beef sell well, but his fish also sold well. The livestock summit called him, but what about the fishing industry? Maybe I will be called when the summit in Massachusetts is held, but it is a national summit. Obviously, I have nothing to do with it. How much can my fish farm produce in a year? Those who can come are absolute tycoons, and the most important thing is that the price they set is the price of middle and low-level consumption. My things are not sold according to this price. Shrugging his shoulders, Jiang Hai said with a serious face. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton also nodded. This was indeed the case. Jiang Hai was qualified to attend the livestock summit mainly because of his forage. With Jiang Hai's forage, he had a great reputation in the livestock industry, so he was called to attend the summit. As for the fishing industry, Jiang Hai's fish was an astronomical figure for some ordinary people, but for the Federation, it was just that. Jiang Hai's fish production in a year was only dozens of tons. Although dozens of tons were worth billions, the quantity was not that high. For example, in addition to Jiang Hai's Atlantic cod, just in Massachusetts, the annual production was more than 2 to 3 million tons. Jiang Hai's small fish were really not that important, and he did not intend to promote it like he did with his forage. Therefore, it was inevitable that the fishing industry did not value Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai was not in Boston, but in Canada, he was destined to be noticed by others. But now, at least the people in the fishing industry would not treat Jiang Hai as a real fishing tycoon. The two chatted while driving. Not long after, they arrived at their first destination of the day, the U.S. Capitol. The U.S. Capitol, Washington Monument, and Lincoln Memorial were all on the same line. They were next to each other, so basically, they would find a place and play with these three places. But they had to admit that the attractions in Washington were really not that interesting. There was no scenery, no interesting places, and no historical places. The most important thing was that it was a place for Americans to teach patriotism. Unlike the imperial capital in China, there was the Forbidden City and the Great Wall standing there, giving the city a sense of history. On the other hand, in Washington, there was nothing. If it wasn't for Pra Walton saying that he wanted to go out for a walk, Jiang Hai might have already boarded the plane back to Winthrop. But sometimes, going out did not mean going to the attractions. It was also very important to have someone accompanying you. It seemed that Jiang Hai and Pra Walton had not really gone out for a walk, and she also enjoyed the time with Jiang Hai. After the two parked the car in front of the Capitol, they walked forward. The Capitol was where the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives met. As everyone knew, the president's words were not that important in the U.S. There were two places where people had the right to reject the president's proposals, the House of Representatives and the Senate. There were a total of 435 seats in the House of Representatives, and the members changed every 2 years. It was the highest level that ordinary people could come into contact with. In addition, there was also the Senate, commonly known as the Upper House, with a total of 100 seats. They were the core of the U.S. power. The strength of each party and each force was mainly reflected by the president and the number of seats in the upper and lower houses. Although the Republican Party lost the election last year. However, everyone knew that the Republican Party was still the most powerful faction in the House of Representatives. This was because they represented elite politics. Those who supported this party were all rich and knowledgeable people, the so-called elites. On the other hand, the Democratic Party was made up of old-fashioned farmers and nouveau riche. This could be seen from the fact that during the election, the wealthiest areas in the Northeast and Southwest supported the Republican Party, while the poorest areas in the middle supported the Democratic Party. This was the political system of the U.S. The Capitol was also the place where most people gathered to protest. Chapter 9:21. Jiang Hai and Pra Walton walked all the way here. In the beginning, everything was fine. It was like a park. The greenery was good. Although it was winter, the air was good. There was no beautiful scenery along the way, but there was nothing wrong with it. But when they reached the Capitol building, the atmosphere changed. There were 2 cordons at the entrance of the Capitol building. One was for cars, the other for people. The cordons were divided into areas where many people gathered. They held all kinds of signs in their hands and shouted loudly. The police also gathered in the distance, but they were obviously used to it. They just stood there and chatted. Their eyes glanced over from time to time to prevent people from crossing the cordons. Jiang Hai was very familiar with these people's actions. Protesting, there was a difference between the United States and Huaxia. That was the degree of understanding of protesting. In Huaxia, protesting was called making a crowd. The leader would be arrested. Of course, it could also be called a room. Alright, he was going to get caught for that. But in the United States, protesting was almost a daily occurrence. Eating, sleeping, and protesting were all Americans' spare time activities. This was because in America, protesting was a simple matter. Just look at the state and city government offices. There would always be people protesting with signs. Of course, if you crossed the cordon, then it would be a different story. You could just sit there quietly or shout, and no one would care. And Americans would often protest for all kinds of things. There were many different kinds of protests. Even if some things were illegal, they would still protest. For example, the things that Jiang Hai saw, there were quite a few, for example, legalizing professional women. Currently, in the United States, professional women were legal in only one state, Nevada, where the gambling city of Las Vegas was located. It was illegal in all other states. However, there were a lot of skirting the boundaries. For example, in California, it was allowed to open an erotic dance club, and it was also allowed to allow erotic women to perform nude dances to customers without touching them, but it was not allowed to have monetary transactions. So basically, it was borderline issues. That was why there were many professional women coming every day to legalize such things. They were both earning money and sacrificing their bodies. Why couldn't it be legal? Sometimes, some extreme people would directly run out naked and then be arrested by the police. This kind of thing was not rare. Other than that, there were many other slogans. For example, let's legalize it. The reason was that it was already legal in the Netherlands. There were also black people holding signs saying that black people's sentences should be different from white people's because this was their culture. There are also white people holding signs saying that they want people of color to get out of the United States. Jiang Hai is very curious. Won't they be beaten? There were also some who talked about how the Jews were treated, and there were also some who said that the Chinese did not have a high social status. It was a mess, divided into more than a dozen pieces. There were all kinds of slogans, but the police did not care. This was also a characteristic of the United States, freedom of speech. If you were in the United States and scolded a black person in front of him, you were a black person, or scolded a yellow person in front of him, you were a yellow-skinned monkey. Such targeted words were a crime of racial discrimination. However, if you wrote these words on a board and held it up in protest, no one would care because you were not counting on anyone. That was the way it was in the United States. If a group attacked another group, they would not care. If an individual attacked another individual, that would be a crime. Jiang Hai took a look, curled his lips, and left. He did not have a good impression of these people who had nothing better to do. After passing by the Capitol building, Jiang Hai and the others came to the Washington Monument. This Washington Monument was built to commemorate the first president of the United States, George Washington. It was built in 1833, but because of the Civil War, it was stopped for 22 years. It was restarted in 1876. It was completed in 1884, and since then, it had become a landmark in the United States. The monument was in the shape of an obelisk. You could take the elevator or climb up from inside. Through 8 small windows, you could see the whole city of Washington, Virginia, Maryland, and the Potomac River. The inner wall of the monument was inlaid with 188 commemorative stones donated by individuals, groups, and countries around the world. One of the Chinese commemorative stones was donated by the Manchurian government. However, these were all encyclopedias, so Jiang Hai just mentioned them casually. Anyway, he was not interested in these things. When they arrived at the Washington Monument, Jiang Hai and Pa Walton found a place to sit down and rest for a while. They were not interested in climbing this thing. They just wanted to take a picture outside. However, just as Jiang Hai and Pa Walton were about to leave and go to the last attraction, the Lincoln Memorial, Azalina suddenly came from a distance. Pa Walton also knew Azalina, so he was a little surprised to see her now. What's wrong? Seeing Azalina coming over, Jiang Hai looked at her with some doubts. She had been in a state of disappearance just now. Now that she suddenly appeared, there must be something wrong. Someone is following you. Azalina whispered to Jiang Hai after glancing at him. Hearing this, Jiang Hai and Pa Walton couldn't help but frown. Someone was following them. This was definitely not good news, because it was impossible for them to be followed by paparazzi. They were neither celebrities nor politicians. Naturally, it was impossible for them to attract professional reporters. The people following them were definitely following them for some reason. They didn't know if these people wanted to kidnap them for their money, or for other reasons. Being followed by others was definitely not good news. How many people are there? Glancing at Azalina, Jiang Hai asked her. Pa Walton also took out his mobile phone and gently pressed a group of numbers. The 2 men in black who had been following in the distance also came over. They were Pa Walton's bodyguards. Naturally, Azalina couldn't be talking about them. There are about 10 people. Looking at them, they don't look like kidnappers, but more like people from the government. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina frowned. She didn't know why the government was looking for Jiang Hai. Could it be that they wanted the secret of Jiang Hai's forage? This was unlikely. After all, Jiang Hai was no longer in existence that the government could touch. What's more, there was also a global retailer giant, the heir of the Walmart family. It seems that our plans for today's trip have to be temporarily suspended. Looking at Pa Walton in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pa Walton also shrugged. She didn't care about these things. Then everyone walked in the direction of their car. They walked very fast. This was not the time to pretend. The target has found us. Start moving. Seeing Jiang Hai's group leaving quickly, the people who had been following Jiang Hai in the distance also said something to each other. Then 2 people appeared in front of Jiang Hai and walked directly towards Jiang Hai. But before they could reach them, Pa Walton's 2 bodyguards had one hand on the gun and the other hand signaled the other party to stop. If the other party didn't stop, then they would attack. Don't be impulsive, we are from the CIB. We are here to find Mr. Jiang Hai to understand something. Looking at the movements of the 2 bodyguards in front of them, they didn't think that anything would happen in this busy city, so they immediately said, CAA. Hearing this organization that often appears in movies, Jiang Hai frowned. Even if they want his manor or the secret of the pasture, what does it have to do with the CIB? Does the CIB care about animal husbandry? Let them come over. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai said to the 2 bodyguards in front of him. After the 2 bodyguards heard Jiang Hai's words, they glanced at Pa Walton. Seeing that Pa Walton also nodded, they stepped aside and let the 2 CIB agents come in. After the 2 walked in, they showed their IDs. Jiang Hai couldn't see what was written on them, but he could see that the photos were indeed of these two people. Jiang Hai's brows also frowned. If you are from the Federation, then I don't understand. Why are you following us? If you have something to say, just come and talk openly. Seeing the two put away their things, Jiang Hai also said seriously. Oh, this is also a habit of ours. Sorry, this time we came to you mainly because of a matter in California. The two people here know that the two guys in front of them are not people they can afford to provoke. According to the information, Jiang Hai has billions, even tens of billions of assets. Walton belongs to the Walmart family. If there is a conflict, it is estimated that the higher-ups will use them as scapegoats. Are you kidding me? How can it be so easy to find trouble with Jiang Hai? California. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai frowned. He didn't know what this person was referring to. Was he referring to the gold mine or the lunatic asylum? Now it seems that these two things are quite troublesome. Well, California, to be exact, it is related to one person, Bruce David. Looking at Jiang Hai's eyes, the two people here exchanged a look. One of them looked at Jiang Hai and said with a serious face. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's face did not change, but his heart thumped. If it is about Bruce David, Jiang Hai is very sure that it should be related to the Antarctic project. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but blame himself. If he went to Antarctica immediately after knowing about the Antarctic project, maybe he would have come back by now. Now the UA authorities are here, then this matter is really not easy to deal with. Chapter 922. If there's anything, remember to call me. Outside the door of Jiang Hai's hotel, Walton said to Jiang Hai with a serious face. As she said just now, although the two were not boyfriend and girlfriend, they were more intimate than ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend. Walton was where she was today because of Jiang Hai, so whether it was for public or private reasons, she would definitely not let Jiang Hai have an accident. Don't worry, I'm not a pushover. These people can't deal with me. In front of the three people in front of him, Jiang Hai chuckled, and then said very indifferently. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, the three people here could not help but smile awkwardly. As for whether or not he would secretly curse Jiang Hai, this rich man, in his heart, he didn't know. Okay, I understand. Be careful. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Walton also smiled and then left with her bodyguard. As for Jiang Hai, after glancing at the three people around him, he made a gesture of invitation. In fact, just now, when Jiang Hai was called Bruce David by them, he knew where he was wrong. It was this person's fault. Although this guy was crazy, after Jiang Hai asked him about Antarctica, he did not kill him but left directly. In his view, since he had achieved his goal, there was no need to kill more. However, he forgot that whatever Bruce David said to him, he would also tell others the same thing. This mistake exposed him to the eyes of these people. At that moment, he really panicked a little. But then, he secretly scolded himself, what's there to panic about? What's there to panic about? Do you think this is China? Whatever secrets there were, whatever the government said was the truth. This was America, and he was in the privileged class. If he didn't say anything, what could these people do to him? And on the other hand, he might be able to get some information from these people. After all, Bruce David's information was decades ago, and he was crazy. Some details could not be remembered clearly, but the United States must have specific operations and information. If he could get these, it would save him a lot of trouble. Therefore, he directly called the people who could make the decision and returned to the hotel with them. After entering the room, Azalina and Huali Shelley stood behind Jiang Hai, one on the left and one on the right. Jiang Hai sat directly in the middle of the sofa, looking at the three people in front of him. He didn't give them a seat, nor did he give them a drink. Fortunately, these people did not care about Jiang Hai's attitude. Two of his men deliberately brought a chair over and gave it to their leader to sit. Their leader had already introduced himself when he arrived. His name was Louis Cazada, and he was the deputy director of the operations department. The main leader of the Central Intelligence Agency was naturally the director, who was also the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. He was responsible for the activities of the entire United States intelligence community. In addition, there were 4 main departments, each headed by a deputy director. The Management Department, the Operations Department, the Science and Technology Department, and the Intelligence Department were the 4 main forces. Louis Cazada was the Deputy Director of the Operations Department, and he should be ranked in the top 20 in the Central Intelligence Agency. Looking at Jiang Hai, Louis Cazada said with a serious face, "Mr. Jiang, let's not beat around the bush. I'll ask you directly. You can answer seriously if you don't want to. Why are you asking about the Antarctic project?" But unfortunately, after listening to his words, Jiang Hai did not say anything. He just looked at him with a smile. "Ahem, Mr. Jiang, please answer directly." Seeing that Jiang Hai did not speak, Louis Cazada was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Jiang Hai seriously. But Jiang Hai still did not speak. Looking at his anxious face, after a long while, Jiang Hai put down his hand and looked at Louis Cazada in front of him with a funny face. "I think you're mistaken about one thing. I'm not your prisoner. What are you doing here? If you want to interrogate a prisoner, the door is over there. Please close the door for me when you go out. When you come back again, bring the arrest warrant, and then I will inform my lawyer." Looking at Louis Cazada, Jiang Hai said with a serious face. When the man heard Jiang Hai's words, he couldn't help but choke. "Ahem, of course, I'm just here to interrogate." After hearing what Jiang Hai said, Louis Cazada hesitated for a moment and said with a slightly embarrassed expression. "Arrest warrant? Don't joke around. In the United States, it is not easy to apply for an arrest warrant against an ordinary person. It requires solid evidence, and you want to arrest a billionaire? Have you not woken up yet?" It was said that this was a gold-based world. Jiang Hai now had money, fame, and influence. The CIB and Google are in a cooperative relationship. The two are equal, and Jiang Hai is the 11th natural shareholder of Google. You want to arrest Jiang Hai? If something happened, it would be fine. If nothing happened, even if he was arrested, it would not be enough to appease the anger of the higher-ups. So in the face of Jiang Hai's questioning, he had to soften his tone. "You have to act like you're asking. You're begging me, not the other way around. Do you understand? Tone determines everything." Directly interrupting Louis Cazada's words, Jiang Hai pointed at him and said bluntly. After taking a deep breath, Louis Cazada calmed himself down and put a smile on his face again. "Then, Mr. Jiang, please tell me, are you interested in the Antarctic project?" Looking at Jiang Hai, he almost gritted his teeth and said the above paragraph. Such a rich person, such a privileged class, is really annoying. "Yes, I am interested in the Antarctic project." Looking at Louis Cazada, Jiang Hai also spoke bluntly. "Oh. What is your purpose?" Hearing Jiang Hai admit it, Louis Cazada's eyes lit up. "No purpose, I'm just interested in these things. Is there a Nazi base in Antarctica, the Triangle of Death, pyramids, dinosaurs, and so on? I'm interested in all of them. The first thing I did when I came to the United States was to visit the Dinosaur Museum." But unfortunately, his eyes were destined to be meaningless, because Jiang Hai's next words made him choke on his own saliva. Mr. Jiang really likes to joke." When he heard Jiang Hai's words, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly, and his face was a little ugly. Once, I went to Boston with Paul Pierce, the NBA star, and they went to play. In a nightclub, we saw a bartender. She told me some things about this thing, and she also told me that Bruce David told her, so I remembered it. I asked my people to check it out and found that he was crazy. Later, when I went to Los Angeles, I wanted to ask him, and then you know what happened. Looking at Luis Quezada's eyes in front of him, Jiang Hai said with 90% truth and 10% lies. He didn't lie. Almost 95% of the attacks in this book were true. It's just that he didn't say his ultimate goal. This is something he absolutely can't say. Ahem, is it really just like that? Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Luis Quezada's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. He still didn't believe Jiang Hai. It was difficult to be like Jiang Hai and bravely break into a mental hospital with just one interest. However, Jiang Hai's words were more rigorous, because there were many things that could be found through investigation. For example, the time when Jiang Hai saw the book, Paul Pierce, and the bartender. As long as they wanted to find these things, they could find them. If they could really find these things, it proved that Jiang Hai wasn't lying, or there was a secret that he knew but they didn't. Luis Quezada had to admit that this person's brain was really good, but he couldn't figure out what it was even after racking his brains. You can think whatever you want, but to be honest, it's useless for me to look for it myself. If you can give me some information, then maybe I'll give up. Of course, I won't give it for free. I heard that the treatment of our government isn't very good. I still have some money that I can donate. Looking at this person, Jiang Hai said with a smile. In fact, secrets were not too valuable for the United States. They had many secrets. Some of them were from some of the top families. Whatever the United States military knew, they knew. Therefore, secrets were not a big deal for them. As long as they were not leaked to civilians, it didn't matter. As for Jiang Hai, his identity was indeed a bit special because his information stated that he had helped Hua Xiao and Dubai, so they really didn't know what his relationship with Hua Xiao was. It was impossible to trust Jiang Hai so much, but it didn't seem to be in their interests to keep suspecting him. Well, I'll go back and ask for instructions. If there's nothing else, then you can rest first. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to be only interested in this thing, Luis Quezada also stood up. Since he couldn't force him and couldn't get anything out of him, he was ready to leave. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed, and they needed to learn from it. Please. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled, indicating that he could leave. Boss, it's my fault for being useless. I haven't found the specific situation yet. After the three people left, Azalina and Wise Shelley took the detector and walked around the room. After throwing 5 bugs, Wise Shelley weakly fell into Jiang Hai's arms and said helplessly. Chapter 9:23. Don't say that. After all, you're just one person. You can't be compared to a country or a force. Looking at Wallace Shelley in his arms, Jiang Hai put his chin on her shoulder, gently rubbing her face while speaking to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Wallace Shelley was very moved. She then turned around and sat on Jiang Hai's lap. Their eyes met, and Wallace took the initiative to offer her own sweet kiss. As Jiang Hai and Wallace Shelley chased each other, the two felt the atmosphere in the room gradually rising. When Jiang Hai's 2 hands reached into some indescribable place, Wallace Shelley couldn't help but snort softly. Here, it seems to have changed again. Jiang Hai said with a smile, feeling as if his 2 hands were about to be unable to wrap around her. Do you like it? This is your baby. I'm also yours. Everything I have is yours. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, feeling the warmth of his hands, Wallace Shelley said softly. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai didn't have to be polite. As Jiang Hai turned over, the battle began. Azalina, who was just next to him, didn't retreat this time, but joined the battle with Jiang Hai. When it came to fighting ability, 10 Wallace Shelleys couldn't compare to Azalina, but when it came to teasing Jiang Hai, 10 Azalinas couldn't compare to Wallace Shelley. Azalina just followed whatever Jiang Hai said. Whatever position Jiang Hai said, that's what she said, that's what she said, that's where she went, that's where she went. A pair of nearly 1.2 long legs, strong and slender, wrapped around Jiang Hai's waist. The feeling was quite good, but after all, it was a bit of back movement. But Wallace Shelley didn't need Jiang Hai to tell her to do all the positions on her own, constantly stimulating Jiang Hai's senses. For example, when Jiang Hai and Azalina were fighting, she would step over Azalina's body, allowing Jiang Hai to clearly see 2 indescribable entrances and exits, and then with Azalina. Cough, it's not good to say too much. Anyway, Wallace Shelley was really talented in this regard, and Jiang Hai liked her very much. Jiang Hai and Wallace Shelley didn't finish fighting until before dinner. After a rest, they went downstairs to the Western restaurant, where Pa Walton had been waiting for a long time. When they arrived, Pa Walton looked at Jiang Hai, Azalina, and Wallace Shelley with a faint smile, clearly saying that he knew what they were doing. But Jiang Hai was very thick-skinned, and the two didn't care about other people's gazes. If it were Chi-Ya or Ai Xiaoxi, they might have blushed, but the two just watched Jiang Hai go to Pa Walton's table, and then they opened a table and sat down. After everyone sat down, the dishes began to be served. Jiang Hai and Pa Walton ate Western food. Of course, this hotel didn't have Jiang Hai's steak and seafood. When the dishes were served, Westerners didn't like to talk, so Jiang Hai and the others just ate quietly there. After eating, when they began to eat desserts and drinks, Pa Walton looked at Jiang Hai and said, "Your two bodyguards are multifunctional." Looking at Jiang Hai, Pa Walton said with a playful face, "You don't accompany me, I naturally need to solve it." Hearing Pa Walton's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile, "Come to my home in Atlantic City, I will accompany you every day. There are plenty of women, however many you want, I will find you as many as you want." Rolling her eyes at Jiang Hai, Pa Walton said with a look of disdain, "You must know that she has girlfriends all over the world." Perhaps this sentence is not wrong. If Jiang Hai really goes, there will be as many as he wants, provided that how many can he deal with. Hee, I'm not going. With a smile, Jiang Hai remembered that when he went to Atlantic City, he almost didn't have time to rest. Although there were many women in his home, he was the one who took the initiative. When he went to Pa Walton's place, there were women who wanted to have some unspeakable battle with him at any time. Originally, Jiang Hai refused in his heart, but everyone knows that a dragon's nature is not so easy to extinguish once he is interested, so Jiang Hai can only laugh at this. His physical fitness is 8 times that of ordinary people, so he can't bear it. "I'm going to sleep at your place tonight. I'm also very interested in them." Seeing that Jiang Hai was silent, Pa Walton glanced at Azalina and Wallace Shelley in the distance, gently licked the spoon in her hand, and said to Jiang Hai, They are roses with thorns, be careful not to prick your hands." Hearing Pa Walton's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say to her, "Tsk, little stingy, don't be so clear with me. Forget it, you can sleep at my place tonight. I'm much more generous than you. I also found some entertainment for you." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pa Walton couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. When she heard Jiang Hai say this, how could she not understand? Jiang Hai doesn't want me to have any relationship with them beyond friendship. This man is really stingy. I'm already his, but he still has to guard against me. But it doesn't matter. Tonight, she found someone else to play with her. Of course, this someone else is also a woman. Mr. Jiang, we meet again. Just as Jiang Hai and Pra Walton were talking here, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Jiang Hai and the others looked back and found that a middle-aged man had been stopped outside by Pra Walton's 2 bodyguards. Seeing this man, Jiang Hai couldn't help but slap his forehead. He regretted not going back. Because this guy was none other than that crazy bastard from today, Terry Boggs. He would never have thought that Terry would chase him all the way here. Hadn't he already told Terry and the leader of his party that he wasn't interested in them? Terry Boggs, how do you know him? Looking at the man in the distance, Pra Walton also frowned and whispered to Jiang Hai. As a businessman, the most important thing was to learn to pick sides. Especially for big families, they had to learn not to put all their eggs in one basket. This was also very common in ancient Huaxia. For example, the famous Zhuge family. The eldest Zhuge Jin was from Wu Kingdom, the second brother Zhuge Liang was from Shu Han, and they had a younger brother named Zhuge Sang, who was from Cao Cao. In fact, the one who was supposed to go to Cao Cao's place was their third brother Zhuge Jun, but because Zhuge Liang was too dazzling in Shu Han, they sent his younger brother. In this way, no matter which country eventually unified the world, the Zhuge family would prosper forever. This was also the essence of picking sides. However, no one would have thought that in the end, the 3 countries would belong to Jin, so this was a failed political investment. But it was definitely not wrong to do so. The Walton family has never been involved in politics. But they will also make some political investments. They don't ask for merit, but they don't want to make mistakes. After the new government comes to power, as long as their brain is not damaged, they will not do anything to the world's largest retailer. This is also a realistic problem. So now that he saw that Jiang Hai was so familiar with the people of the Liberal Party, Pra Walton was also a little surprised. Today, I had a meal with him in the meeting. I don't know what kind of Liberal Party he is. Looking at Pra Walton speechlessly, Jiang Hai whispered in a low voice. In fact, Jiang Hai can't be blamed, nor can Moses Adams and Wallace Shelley be blamed. They don't know what this person does. After all, Jiang Hai doesn't mix in this circle. Otherwise, if someone mentioned that this person is a member of the Liberal Party, Jiang Hai would not have eaten with him. That's troublesome. The Liberal Party is famous for being unreasonable. Pra Walton raised an eyebrow and said helplessly. Okay, I know, I will get rid of him as soon as possible. You go back first. After all, you are now representing the Walton family. If you are photographed with him, it will be troublesome. You go back to the room and wait for me. Looking at Pra Walton's worried face, she was willing to stay and face it with Jiang Hai, but Jiang Hai knew how important Sam's Club was to Pra Walton, so he did not let Pra Walton accompany him here, but spoke directly to her. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Pra Walton hesitated for a moment. After seeing Jiang Hai's confident look, she made a gesture of waiting for him and then left. Seeing Pra Walton leave, the 2 bodyguards on the other side also left. Seeing that no one was stopping him, Terry Boggs also walked over quickly with a smile and sat opposite Jiang Hai, which was Pra Walton's seat. Seeing him sit down, Jiang Hai was also a little speechless. Mr. Terry Boggs, I'll be frank. I have no interest in the Liberal Party. To be exact, I have no interest in any political party. I'm a Chinese in the United States. My identity is sensitive enough. Therefore, I won't touch these things. I'm not a gambler. Therefore, even if there's only a 1 in 100 million chance of failure, I won't have any relationship with any political party. I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? Looking at Terry Boggs in front of him, Jiang Hai did not wait for him to speak first and spoke first. Wow, it's really a pity that you think so, but this time I came not only to persuade you to join the Liberal Party, but I also heard something. Maybe we have a chance to cooperate. Chapter 9:24. Cooperation. Oh, I don't think there's anything we can cooperate on. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Hai leaned back on the chair gently and said with some doubts. Indeed, in Jiang Hai's opinion, there is no possibility of cooperation between him and the Nature Party. He won't sell his pasture to the Liberal Party, and he won't cooperate with the Liberal Party. Whether it's selling beef, raising cattle, raising fish, or developing Winthrop, no matter what, Jiang Hai won't cooperate with them. He didn't think that these people had anything to give him, and he wouldn't invest in them either. Just like he said, even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance of losing everything, he definitely wouldn't cooperate with these people. That was the truth. Don't talk to Jiang Hai about tomorrow, the future, dreams, and the like. He doesn't believe in these, he only believes in himself today. He was quite satisfied with his current life. It was impossible for him to take risks and gamble his current life on it. Therefore, Jiang Hai is not a gambler, nor is he a qualified businessman. He isn't prepared to spend any time on this. If he has more time, he is willing to stay on his recliner, watch the wind in summer, and watch the snow in winter. No matter how boring it is, he likes this kind of life. He doesn't like to take risks, start a company, or struggle. He is just a pile of mud, he just can't support the wall. He has accepted his fate, so words are useless to him. Really? I thought you would be interested in this thing. Hearing Jiang Hai's decisive words, Terry Boggs smiled, took out a few pieces of paper from his pocket, and handed it to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai wasn't afraid of him playing tricks. So he directly took the paper, opened it, and looked at it. There were a few words on it, it was descending from the sky. Seeing these words, Jiang Hai's eyes couldn't help but focus, because no one is more familiar with what these words mean than him. It seems that this person from the Liberal Party is really powerful, he actually knew what he was looking for. Are you interested now? Looking at Jiang Hai, Terry Boggs smiled and said. Tell me about it. Glancing at these few pieces of paper, there are only some excerpts on it. The paper should be photocopied from the official records of the descending from the sky, but the things on it are very incomplete. Except for the beginning, there is a paragraph in the middle with no content. The real content isn't here, so Jiang Hai asked. We want to cooperate with you. Since you don't want to join the party, then can you disclose your forage formula? Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed to talk, Terry Boggs smiled and said, his face full of confidence. Put it away. But before he finished speaking, Jiang Hai stood up, threw the paper in front of him, and then prepared to leave. Seeing Jiang Hai refuse him so straightforwardly, Terry Boggs became a little anxious. This was because at noon, he had seen some of Jiang Hai's methods. If it was a businessman in front of him, then he wouldn't be in a hurry. This was because businessmen were used to playing hard to get. But Jiang Hai is not a businessman. After he threw the paper back today, he might not be able to see him again. Hey, Jiang, let's talk, there will always be a back and forth, right? Seeing that Jiang Hai was about to leave, Terry Boggs also stood up, then said to Jiang Hai with a helpless face. But you don't have any sincerity at all. If you want to sell this information, how much? Name a price, it's impossible for me to give you anything else. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai waved his hand, distributing the formula of the forage. He was really thinking too much. Hey, Jiang, we are the third political party, we don't lack money, well, in fact, we don't lack your money, we just lack people with influence. If you join our political party, then I will give you all this information. Seeing that Jiang Hai had no desire to talk, Terry Boggs said with a serious face. Sorry, I have no interest in joining any political party. If you are willing to sell, $100 million, if not, forget it. I know you don't have the power to make the decision, go back and ask the people behind you who can make the decision. Glancing at the person behind him, Jiang Hai said indifferently, then waved his hand and went upstairs with Azalina and Wallace Shelley. Looking at Jiang Hai's departure, Terry Boggs couldn't help but frown. This was too troublesome. The Liberal Party was eyeing Jiang Hai for two reasons. First, it was because of Jiang Hai's pasture. If they had the support of Jiang Hai's pasture, then they would be able to get the support of the farmers in the less wealthy states in the central region of the United States. It must be known that the current president came to power through the support of these people. Secondly, it was Jiang Hai's influence in Massachusetts. Massachusetts had a total of 12 votes in the U.S. election, and it had always been the Republican Party's base. However, if Jiang Hai joined the Liberal Party, then it would be hard to say. With Jiang Hai's influence, they would have a lot more votes, but at least they could get 4 or more votes in Massachusetts. This was Jiang Hai's ability. But now, Jiang Hai had no interest in their party at all. To be honest, Terry Boggs wanted to burn him to death. From a certain point of view, factions and religions were the same. If you don't believe me, then you are a heretic and you deserve to die. This was the reality of the situation. However, Jiang Hai had no one to kill him. It was that simple. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Hai went to Prawalton's room. Of course, no one knew what happened in the room that night, but the scene in the restaurant was seen by many people and forces. This guy is really interested in the aerial landing plan. Less than 10 minutes after the incident, in the CIB building, Louis Cazada, who Jiang Hai had met today, gently tapped the table in front of him with his finger. He had long known that Jiang Hai did not tell him the truth, and now he was even more certain. Although Jiang Hai did not join the Republican Party, nor did he disclose the biggest secret, Jiang Hai's last words were thought-provoking. $100 million for this information. If this information was not of great use to Jiang Hai, he would not believe it no matter what. That was $100 million, not 100 million Zimbabwe dollars. He would not be able to earn $100 million in 10 lifetimes. Although $100 million was nothing to Jiang Hai, given his character, he would not throw it out so easily. He had investigated Jiang Hai's situation. This guy was basically a stingy nouveau riche, although he had a lot of money. But he did not care much about enjoying life, nor did he care much about debauchery and the like. He wasn't like those rich young people who sought thrills all day long and lived in a drunken stupor. Although he wasn't particularly stingy, he definitely wasn't as extravagant as those rich people. For such a person to spend $100 million on something useless, regardless of whether others believed it or not, he didn't believe it. Under such circumstances, there was only one possibility. That was, this thing was really important to him. But as for how important it was, he would have to give it a try. At this time, Jiang Hai did not know any of this. After leaving the restaurant, he returned to Prawalton's room. When he came back, in addition to Prawalton, there was another beautiful woman in the room. Jiang Hai did not know her, nor did he know who she was. She did not know who Jiang Hai was, but they did not need to know each other. After all, it was not the first time Prawalton had done something like this. She then took the initiative to kiss Jiang Hai's mouth, and then took off the beautiful woman's clothes in front of her. As she hugged her, she let Jiang Hai's hand cover her private parts. Sometimes, war was like this. Jiang Hai wanted to say a few more words, but he did not even have time to chat before it began. The night was silent. In fact, there was indeed no sound. Only some emotional words echoed in the room. Around 10:00 the next morning, when Jiang Hai got up, the beautiful woman from last night was gone. Only Prawalton was lying next to him, playing with her mobile phone. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai pulled her into his arms and continued to sleep. Walton looked at Jiang Hai's appearance and chuckled. When the two got up, it was almost lunch. But today, Walton could not accompany Jiang Hai because she also had to attend a summit today. Jiang Hai also returned to his room. After having lunch with Azalina and Wallace Shelley, he was not going to go out. Winter in Washington was also very cold. So he would rather stay in the room with the heater on than go out and suffer the cold. But today, he was destined to be busy because he was just about to take a nap after lunch when a familiar face appeared in front of his door. Looking at Louis Quezada outside the door, Azalina stopped them while looking in Jiang Hai's direction. She signaled with her eyes whether to let them in or directly drive them away. What? Did you apply for an arrest warrant? Looking at the people outside the door, Jiang Hai smiled and said to them. They were really haunting him. Of course not. But speaking of which, we're here this time to discuss a deal with Mr. Jiang. This is what we're using. Looking at Jiang Hai, Louis Quezada smiled and shook his head, then took out a stack of reports. Chapter 925. It's this thing, what do you want? Casually flipping through the stack of information in front of him, Jiang Hai's heart was in turmoil. Louis Quezada was obviously more sincere than Terry Boggs. Although the information he brought was also incomplete, for example, some important places were missing, these dozens of pages of the report were quite sincere. And it was the most important photo page. Jiang Hai saw a wall, and the badge on the wall was his dragon-shaped badge. At this point, he was also sure that this thing was indeed related to his dragon-shaped badge. But on the surface, he still had to suppress it. His secret could not be told to anyone. I want to know, why are you looking for this place? Louis Quezada looked at Jiang Hai and said seriously. Take it back. But after hearing his words, Jiang Hai directly threw the report back. He was not a person who was good at lying, so since he did not want to lie, and he could not tell them about this matter, then he would just not say it. Hey, Mr. Jiang, we have already shown our sincerity, you are making it very difficult for us. Looking at Jiang Hai, Louis Quezada said helplessly. He had long known that Jiang Hai was difficult to deal with, but he did not expect it to be this difficult. Whether it's difficult for you or not has nothing to do with me. There are some things that I can say if I want to say it, and if I don't want to say it, I won't say it. It's that simple. I have already told you what I can say. Looking at Louis Quezada in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a serious face. If you want money, just tell me how much you want. Manors, pastures, and fisheries. Why do I need these things? I won't compromise on these things. This is also my bottom line. Other than money, I have nothing else to give you. Looking at Louis Quezada in front of him, Jiang Hai said very seriously. He knew that he was telling the truth now. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Louis Quezada also took a deep breath. This Jiang Hai is really stubborn, but it didn't matter. He had already figured this out before he came. If Jiang Hai didn't say anything, wouldn't he look for it himself? Okay, I'll charge you $10 million for this information, but I have a request. After you get this information, do you want to go to Antarctica to find this underground city? Louis Quezada looked at Jiang Hai and said with a serious face. Of course. It was impossible for Jiang Hai to leave the United States quietly. There was no need for him to do so. Since these people already paid attention to Jiang Hai, then if Jiang Hai wanted to go to this place, then they would definitely know about it. If that's the case, our request is that we send someone with you when you go, or in other words, to supervise you. If you agree, we'll give you $10 million to take this thing away. Looking at Jiang Hai, Louis Quezada looked at him and said seriously. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't know if this underground city really had information about himself or the Dragon Balls. If it did, he would be in trouble if the United States government found out. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. But at this time, he saw Azelina quietly gesturing to him. Seeing her gesture, Jiang Hai also understood what was going on. I can send someone, but what about the number of people? Obviously, in a place like this, whoever had more people would have the upper hand. However, Jiang Hai was not an ordinary person. It would not be easy for these guys to find trouble with him. If the number of people could be controlled, it would not be impossible. But if the negotiations broke down now, it would not be easy for Jiang Hai to obtain this information. The number of people is up to you, but it can't be less than 5 people. Louis Quezada also saw Jiang Hai's actions and saw the looks that Jiang Hai and Azelina gave him, but he didn't care. Just like what Jiang Hai originally thought, as long as Jiang Hai pays his taxes on time, he will be able to generate billions or even billions of tax revenue for the US government. This is not a joke, this is real gold and silver, it's just a slap in the face. Although there were many people like Jiang Hai in the United States was quite fond of people like him. Therefore, if it was confirmed that Jiang Hai was just curious, or that he was not a threat to the United States government, it would not matter if he went to take a look. Just like what Louis Quezada said, they were only supervising. Of course, if they discovered any great secrets, or if Jiang Hai had any intention of rebelling, they also believed that they could get rid of Jiang Hai. 5 agents were enough to protect themselves, not to mention anything else. Sure, we have about 6 or 7 people on our side. How about this, 1-to-1? If we have 6 people on our side, you have to provide 6. If it's 7, you have to provide 7. I really just want to go and take a look. Hearing Louis Quezada's words, Jiang Hai also took a step back. As long as he could go in and take a look, Jiang Hai didn't care how many people followed him in. After all, there were some places that no one else could go except for him. Don't forget that not everyone could breathe underwater and ignore the water pressure. In the water, Jiang Hai was like a flood dragon. Even a submarine might not be able to beat him. Okay, the best time to enter Antarctica is from December to February every year. When are you planning to go? Looking at Jiang Hai, Louis Quezada also gently patted his leg and said. For him, 5 agents was the minimum. The more, the better. Now that Jiang Hai took the initiative to take a step back, indicating that he had no ambition, there was no possibility of him not accepting. I'm going back to China for the new year, and I'm just going to take a look. I don't have any intention of doing research or anything like that. So, early February. When I come back from China, I will inform you. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai originally thought that he would have a year to look for information and go next year. But now, this opportunity was in front of him. He couldn't refuse, so after thinking about it, he decided that he could go after he was done with his business in China. Okay, I'll wait for your call. This is all the information. If you want to go to Antarctica, you must pass by the Antarctic Research Station. I don't want to see you there. Seeing that Jiang Hai had agreed, Louis Quezada took out all the information from his bag and placed it in front of Jiang Hai. Of course, the last sentence was to remind Jiang Hai not to sneak away. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled. He didn't mean to go alone. After Wally Shelley took the documents, Louis Quezada also left. This time, he didn't play any tricks. After he left, Wally Shelley and Azelina first looked around for bugs. After confirming that there were no bugs, they sat on either side of Jiang Hai and looked at the information they got from Louis Quezada. This information was not much different from the unofficial history outside, but it was much more detailed. The main reason was to find the occupied Aryan city. Because it was the Soviet Union that attacked Berlin, the Soviet Union claimed that the Chancellor really committed suicide and burned himself to death. But as you know, the Americans didn't really believe the Soviets. Therefore, after the end of World War II, based on some clues, the United States Navy sent a huge fleet of 40 ships and aircraft to the South Pole. What happened next was similar to what Jiang Hai knew. A small team accidentally found the entrance to the underground city and was then protected. They didn't know what happened next because the team that took over was an elite team that went with the ship. According to the information, this elite team did find an underground city that was under construction and took some photos. But the situation at that time was just that. According to the information, the underground city had a lot of mechanisms, but there was no one inside. But there was some information and so on. During World War II, to be honest, America's military technology was not as good as Germany's. There was no need to talk about tanks. Germany's Tiger, Tiger King, and Leopard were the most powerful in Europe. Supersonic aircraft were also developed by Germany. Germany also had automatic rifles, but because the place was too small, they didn't have enough resources. Later on, Germany's research went astray. Originally, they were at the forefront of the research of atomic bombs, but because the front line was too long, they didn't have enough funds and time to research these things. They could only stop the research of atomic bombs and change to researching real weapons, including UFOs, supersonic aircraft, new era weapons, and so on. But unfortunately, they lost before the research was successful. After the Soviet Union rushed into Berlin, relying on the scientific and technological research results obtained from Germany, they became the world's most powerful military country, surpassing Britain, France, and other European countries. They confronted the United States. In the beginning, the United States didn't have the advantage. Even when they went to the moon, it was the Soviet Union who sent the satellite there first. Now, the United States became the world's most powerful country because of these materials. Looking at the information, Jiang Hai, Azzolina, and Wallace Shelley looked at each other. Jiang Hai didn't care about the research information written on it. He didn't have any interest in it. What did the truth of history have to do with him? What he cared about the most, and it could be said that the only thing he cared about was the dragon-shaped badge. He just didn't know if the Americans took the secret of the dragon-shaped badge with them when they went to search this place. If they took it, then he would be in trouble. Chapter 926. Jiang, do you really want to cooperate with them? Watching Louis Cazada leave, Wallace Shelley also walked behind Jiang Hai and leaned his head in her arms. While massaging Jiang Hai's head, she said to him with some hesitation. It doesn't matter if we cooperate with them, but we need to pay attention to some things. This stack of information is for you, be prepared. Hearing Wallace Shelley's words, Jiang Hai naturally didn't want to have any contact with these guys, but just as he said. If they want to go to the South Pole, they must go through the South Pole Research Institute. If they don't know what they are going to do, they can say that they are going to play, or explore, or even directly spend money and say that they are going to do scientific research. This is what Jiang Hai originally wanted. But the problem now is that they already know that Jiang Hai wants to go to the South Pole, and they have their own purpose. So no matter what, they will not let Jiang Hai enter the South Pole. And if they don't let Jiang Hai go to the South Pole, Jiang Hai really has no other way. As long as he wasn't targeted, he could go anywhere. Jiang Hai could even dive into the water to get there. But the problem now is that he is being targeted, and it is estimated that things are not that simple. It is difficult to not cooperate, so Jiang Hai can only do this. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Wallace Shelley didn't say anything. Since Jiang Hai has already decided, and she really has no other way, she can only do this. Forget it, let's not think about this first. By the way, will you go home with me this year? Looking at Wallace Shelley, Jiang Hai waved his hand at the same time, motioning Azalina to sit in his arms, then asked them. Jiang Hai has already said that he wants these girls to go home with him. It was better to ask first. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina and Wallace Shelley's eyes lit up. Azalina had followed Jiang Hai to Huaxia, but Wallace Shelley hadn't. Now that she was going to Huaxia, she was a little nervous and excited. She nodded her head like a woodpecker. I want everyone to go there this year. Apart from the bad air, everything else is quite fun. You can play ice slides, see ice lanterns, snow sculptures, and even eat pig dishes. Looking at the two people in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled and started talking. Thinking about the food in his hometown, Jiang Hai was quite interested. Well, we want to go. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Wallace Shelley also nodded seriously. Well, then I will go back in advance and buy a villa. Otherwise, we won't have enough space to live in. Jiang Hai thought for a while and was already thinking about what kind of villa to buy when he went back. Although Jiang Hai didn't have much money now, he still had hundreds of millions of dollars. Moreover, buying a villa in Bing City didn't cost so much. The housing prices in Bing City were not cheap, especially in the city center and the two main streets, Gogol Street and Central Street. The Riverview houses in the latter were sold for more than 20,000 yuan per square meter. Some even sold for more than 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. Of course, this was normal. Every city had a special area that was like this. But generally speaking, the housing prices in Bing City were relatively average. After all, Bing City had expanded too much. The surrounding housing prices couldn't be developed, and the prices had been stagnant. Jiang Hai remembered that he had asked Fu Yuan to check it out. One of the villas was located in Jiangbei, near the riverside and the government. The villas were about 300 square meters and were selling for around 30 million renminbi. 1 square meter was 100,000 renminbi. This was the most expensive price for the commoners in Bing City. It was not like in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where a villa near Hangzhou's West Lake was sold for at least 1 billion yuan. Compared to the first-tier cities in China, Bing City was still far behind. Not to mention Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, Zhejiang, etc., Bing City was also far behind when compared to Chengdu, Wudu, Jinmen, and other cities. Based on the first-tier and second-tier cities in China, Bing City was at most one of the second-tier cities. It was understandable that the housing prices in Bing City were not particularly high. Tens of millions was an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for Jiang Hai, it was nothing. He didn't lack this money. After making up his mind, Feng Yu decided to go back and tell Qi Jia, Qia, Aphrodite, and the rest that they will go back together for the Lunar New Year. While chatting, Feng Yu enjoyed the soft bodies of the two girls. Unknowingly, it was getting late. Prawalton had also returned. Jiang Hai was still staying at Prawalton's place at night. She was very thirsty for Jiang Hai and wanted to sleep every night. She also wanted to make Jiang Hai part of her body. At most, she could sleep during the meeting during the day. Anyway, she was the same as Jiang Hai. Both of them belonged to the special class. She had the final say on how much she sold Sam's Club for. The Bureau of Commodity Prices in the U.S. had no control over this. For the next few days, Jiang Hai would occasionally go out with Azalina and Wallace during the day. At night, he would basically fight with Prawalton. She would also invite some supermodels over from time to time. She liked them too. Of course, Jiang Hai would not refuse. Feng Yu's battle life changed every day. With the end of Prawalton's summit, Jiang Hai and Prawalton also went to the airport in Washington. But one flew to Boston and the other flew to Atlantic City. After arriving home, Jiang Hai returned to his original life. He got up in the morning and went out for a walk. He looked at the horses, walked the dogs, and teased the Greenland seal that he had thrown in the swimming pool. Of course, Jiang Hai deliberately added geothermal heat to the swimming pool. This way, the water would not turn to ice in the winter, although it was still very cold. But have you ever thought about the Greenland seal being afraid of the cold? Don't joke around. Then he would come back for breakfast, then for lunch, then for dinner, then back to his room for battle. A fulfilling day was over. As for Jiang Hai's question of taking the girls back to his house, it was naturally approved by all votes. Even Ai Xiaoxi, who had originally planned to go home, was considering whether she should go back in a hurry. After all, in a situation where the whole family was going back, it would not be good if she was not there. It was until Jiang Hai said that they would go back together every year that she decided to go home first. After all, she had told her parents that filial piety was the most important of all virtues. She had not seen her family for some time. Because the Lunar New Year was at the end of January, Jiang Hai could not stay in Winthrop for long. After returning home, he stayed for about a week before returning to Bing City to buy a house. This was the most important thing. And these girls will arrive in Bing City 3 days before the new year. At that time, Jiang Hai will have to prepare all the things for them. If Jiang Hai wanted to go back, Azalina and the rest would surely follow him. But Jiang Hai did not ask them to follow him this time. Although he had quite a reputation in the United States, not many people in the country knew about him. If he brought bodyguards with him, he would attract attention. Moreover, he would not be in any danger if he went back alone. Jiang Hai drove to New York and then took a plane to Beijing. In Beijing, he had to spend a night with Qi Li and Du Ning. The next day, Jiang Hai took a plane back to Bing City. When he arrived at Bing City, Jiang Hai was used to it. After all, Bing City's airport was far from the city. So, the air was not much worse than in the US. As for the temperature, Jiang Hai, who was by the sea, had the sea breeze. When the wind blew, it was much colder than Bing City. Furthermore, Jiang Hai had lived here for a long time and was used to it. After getting off the plane, he put on his thickest clothes, which were made of mountain lion fur. Regarding furs and the like, Jiang Hai didn't have any ideas. He thought that there was nothing wrong with making furs out of animal skins. After all, this was how humans' ancestors lived. Now, they were saying that they wanted to protect animals and make artificial fur. Have they ever considered what those people who raised ferrets and rabbits were thinking? Jiang Hai would never do such hypocritical things. He felt that this was quite good. After leaving the airport, Fu Yuan and Su Wei were already waiting for Jiang Hai. Looking at the two's car, Jiang Hai quickened his steps. He carried his backpack and walked quickly to the car. He opened the back door and threw his things inside. He rubbed his hands and got in. Just you. Where are your wife and the rest? Seeing Jiang Hai get in, Fu Yuan could not help but ask with some doubts. They will be back a few days later. I came back to find a place to stay. Otherwise, when they come over, they don't even have a place to stay. That will be awkward. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai waved his hand. It was rare for him to be free for a few days. Let's go eat first. You should go home first. Looking at Jiang Hai, Su Wei also stretched his head out from the front passenger seat. Let's eat first. It's not like you don't know how bad the food on the plane is. Hearing Su Wei's words, Jiang Hai waved his hand and went to eat first. The food on the plane, if he was not really hungry, Jiang Hai, who had been raised to be picky, really couldn't eat. So when he got off the plane, he thought of eating. What do you want to eat? Double fried pork or something? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two people here laughed. This foodie Jiang Hai was the guy they were familiar with. Fu Yuan asked Jiang Hai as he started the car. Chapter 927. How did you sleep last night? Did you sleep well without your little sister hugging you? Looking at Jiang Hai going downstairs, Fu Yuan couldn't help but ask with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but raise his middle finger at him. Of course, their relationship was really strong. It was not something that could be summed up by a middle finger. If they were not good friends, they would not be able to be mean to each other. It's the same even if I hugged my quilt. Stop talking nonsense. Where are we going to eat now? After getting in the car, Jiang Hai said to Fu Yuan. We just ate yesterday. What do you want to eat now? Just order something simple. It will take a lot of time to see the houses. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan couldn't help but smile and said. After picking up Jiang Hai yesterday, the three of them went out for a meal. But it was not Jiang Hai's favorite double-fried pork. Because she knew that Jiang Hai loved double-fried pork, Chiyo learned the most authentic cooking method when she came back last time. These days, she had been cooking for Jiang Hai when she was free. So Jiang Hai did not lack this dish. Because of this, they didn't go to eat double-cooked pork yesterday. Instead, they went to eat Muslim dishes. This dish was very common in Bing City. There were a lot of religious issues in Bing City. There was no need to talk about religious issues here. But Jiang Hai liked Muslim dishes very much. First, it was because the taste was good. Second, it was because the dishes were very clean. Although it wasn't a religion, it was precisely because they believed in these things that more than 90% of Muslim restaurants, which were really Muslim restaurants, were very particular about the ingredients used when cooking. Beef was beef, mutton was mutton, and there was no gutter oil or anything like that used in oil. Therefore, it was said that it was clean, and it was as much as possible to eat with peace of mind. Of course, it was not clear if there were fake dishes. But the restaurant that Jiang Hai went to was quite reliable. Grilled beef strips, fried tripe, it tasted like honey, and the main dish was steamed dumplings. They did not drink this meal, and it was good. After eating, Jiang Hai went back to his home. Jiang Hai had the keys to two places in Bing City. One was his home, the place where he and his parents used to live. It was sold in the early days, but after he became rich, he bought it back. The other home was his and Chi Li's home. But when he left the key in the house. But a few days ago, his relationship with Chi Li softened a little. Chi Li secretly put the key on his key ring. Jiang Hai find it. It could only be said that Chi Li's way of doing things was really cute. Now, Jiang Hai went back to his home. Watching the familiar TV and listening to the familiar commercials, Jiang Hai spent the night at home. The next morning at 9 a.m., Fu Yuan came over. But today, only Feng Yu came. Su Wei had to work today. As mentioned earlier, Su Wei did not have an official job. During the summer, he drove a van to the construction site to fetch workers. But in Bing City, he could only work for half a year. After half a year, he could not work anymore. Therefore, during the winter, he didn't want to hire any more workers this year. Therefore, he found another job, delivering packages. Although it was also a tough job, he could do it all year round. Jiang Hai also wanted to help his brothers. After all, it wasn't a problem for him to arrange a few people in the U.S. No matter if it was Chi Li's company, Feng Yu's manor, or his Tinglong company, it was fine. Not to mention that they still knew how to work, he could even support them. However, he had always known that it was impossible to support them purely for free. It was just like how he would not ask them to lend him money when he was in need of money. It was not as natural as taking it for granted. But after Jiang Hai mentioned it, these people did not contact Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai thought for a while and understood. Now, they were all friends. No matter how much they earned, Jiang Hai's friends in China were mainly these people. Jiang Hai was an otaku and did not want to make friends with those rich people. So, his friends were still these people. But if these people went to Jiang Hai's wife's company, Jiang Hai's company, or Feng Yu's manor, their relationship would change. Maybe they would still be the same, because they were all on the same level. But there would be some estrangement between them and Jiang Hai. Because Jiang Hai had become their boss, not their friend. It was precisely because of this that they weren't prepared to seek refuge with Jiang Hai. Of course, if they were still able to survive, then they could just open their mouths and ask Jiang Hai to help them. Jiang Hai would definitely help them. After getting in the car, Jiang Hai and Fu Yuan went to a nearby casserole restaurant to eat casserole. Jiang Hai did not remember if he had introduced casserole before. Casseroles were everywhere, but deep-fried pancakes were rare in some places. Casserole and deep-fried pancakes were a perfect match. The casserole was the soup. There were beef balls, tofu balls, mutton, spinach, vermicelli, etc. This was easy to make, but the deep-fried pancakes were hard to make. A good deep-fried pancake was not so thick. When it was just baked, it had to be crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. It also had to be fragrant. If it was soaked in the soup, the crispy shell on the outside would not soften so quickly. The soft part on the inside must be soaked in the soup and scooped up to eat. The crispy outside and soft inside must have the taste of the soup. Of course, there was another way to eat it. That was to not cut the deep-fried pancakes. Instead, there was a plate of fried or stir-fried shredded potatoes. After eating a few bites of the pancakes and drinking a mouthful of soup, the feeling was quite wonderful. Jiang Hai liked to eat this kind of food. Although he did not like it as much as double-cooked pork, it was still okay. After eating the deep-fried pancakes in the casserole, both of them sat in Fu Yuan's car and drove towards the villa area in Bing City. Huaxia people had liked to live in big houses since ancient times. This was an immutable truth. The bigger the house, the richer and better the life. People nowadays also valued these things. This was also the reason why the housing prices in China were so high. It was ridiculously high. One had to know that with the money to buy a house in Suzhou and Hangzhou, one could already choose to emigrate. It was about 5 million yuan. Regardless of whether it was Shanghai, Jiangzhou, Beijing, or anywhere else, with this money to buy a house, invest, or emigrate, they could choose anywhere in the world. Other than some expensive cities like Paris, London, New York, Los Angeles, Tokyo, Seoul, etc., you can choose anywhere else. For example, 5 million renminbi is almost $1 million US. In the United States, if you wanted to build a small farm for $1,000 an acre, it had to be a good place with convenient transportation and close to the city. A 500 square meter villa in the countryside cost $100,000, but that was not enough. You could hire cowboys to solve the labor problems there, and the Americans would welcome you with open arms and legs. Even in Winthrop, a 600 square meter villa by the sea, including a garden and garage, cost only $300,000 US. When converted to RMB, it was less than 2 million renminbi. It was more than 1.8 million US. Who can you ask for help with the housing prices? Jiang Hai was glad that he did not live in a place with such a high standard of living. The housing prices in Bing City were still okay. Some were cheap, and some were expensive. It was related to the location. Because Bing City's economy was stagnant, they had developed too much land in the past few years. This was mainly because Heilongjiang province was the biggest grain producer in China. To ensure that the whole country had enough to eat, the land in Heilongjiang province could only be used to grow grains and nothing else. The first thing that every leader had to ensure was the local food production. This was a hard and fast rule. That's why it was not ideal to attract investors or support the local businesses. Bing City did not have any large private enterprises, and all the large enterprises were state-owned enterprises. The most famous ones were Heifei and Harbin Pharmaceutical Company. Other than these, there was nothing else. This was why when the government allowed the cities to sell their land, Bing City sold too much land. But there were only a few people. As a result, many of the buildings in the outer regions of Bing City could not be sold. In the outer regions of Bing City, the completed buildings were priced at 2,000 to 3,000 renminbi per square meter, and they were all renovated. These buildings could not be sold. This had indirectly lowered the property prices in Bing City. It was the same for villas. In the past, no one wanted to buy them. Some of the villas in the outskirts of the city were selling for 3,000 renminbi per square meter. Of course, Jiang Hai would not go to such a remote place. Although the place they went to today was not the best villa district in Bing City, it was not bad. Although it was located near the river, it was opposite the city government. Most importantly, many of the city government's people were living in this district. As their workplace was near, the security in this district was very good. After all, no one would dare to create trouble here. Jiang Hai and Fu Yuan drove the car. Not long after, they arrived at the community and went to the sales center that had not yet been demolished. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai felt the heat from the heater. He glanced around and saw the sand table in the middle of the lobby. In front of the reception desk in the distance, there were some women wearing office lady attire, eating melon seeds. But to Jiang Hai's surprise, these women only took a glance at them when they walked in. None of them came forward to introduce their properties. This made Jiang Hai confused. He looked at his attire. Am I being belittled? Could it be that I will have the chance to show off again? Thinking of this, Jiang Hai raised his eyebrows. Although it's a bit melodramatic, it's not bad. However, just as he was about to slap their faces, a Mercedes-Benz came from a distance and stopped at the door. Two people came out. Just as Jiang Hai was about to watch the waiters kneel down and lick their feet, Jiang Hai unexpectedly found that they were still indifferent. Chapter 928. What's going on? Looking at the two people outside, the only thing missing was the word nouveau riche written above their heads. The man was wearing a short mink, four big gold rings on his hands, and a thick gold chain around his neck. The woman beside him looked old enough to be his daughter. She was wearing a rainbow-colored mink and a short skirt in the middle of winter. Her boots were so high that it made people's hair stand on end. Her face was beautifully painted, and her hair was permed with big wavy curls. This was almost the standard face-slapping supporting role in urban novels. Looking at them like this, one would know how sharp they were. Coupled with the face-slapping, it might be cool, but it was inevitable that it would be melodramatic. But even so, with the stench of money, the ladies over there were still unmoved. They were eating melon seeds there, and they didn't even lift their eyelids. Looking at this situation, Jiang Hai was completely stunned. This is not following the routine. What's so strange about this? These ladies are civil servants. They don't rely on these things to make a living. It has nothing to do with them whether they can sell it or not. They are all paid. Seeing Jiang Hai's stunned expression, Fu Yuan couldn't help but smile, and then walked to the counter over there. The bathroom is over there. There are no ordinary houses. Seeing Jiang Hai walk over, a lady who looked about 40 years old rolled her eyes and said to Fu Yuan indifferently. Hearing this voice, Jiang Hai was really *head up, cough, I want to buy a villa. Looking at this person, Jiang Hai gently knocked on the table, and then said seriously. See for yourself. If it's sold, it's sold. If you like it, call me. I'll take you to see the existing houses. There was no contempt. She was so indifferent, and she casually threw out a book that looked like a recipe. This lady said so. What made Jiang Hai a little depressed was that the two people who entered later also had the same experience. He had to admit that it was the first time Jiang Hai saw a real estate salesperson like this. It was almost as if the saleswoman's face was saying, do you want to buy it or not? If you don't want to buy it, just leave. I'm not making money anyway. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if their attitude was good. However, this also proved that this building was indeed a government project. In Huaxia, the government's reputation was more important than anyone else's. The government's buildings, regardless of whether they were office buildings or residences, were of the highest quality. If something were to happen, the company would go bankrupt. In a normal building, if a piece of the wall was chipped off, it could kill a person. In a government project, if a piece of the wall was chipped off and killed a person, even if the piece of wall was chipped off by someone else, the company could forget about continuing. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the quality. Secondly, there was the issue of safety. The residential area opposite the city government was already unsafe, so how could there be a safe place? The other supporting facilities were in a mess, so there was no need to worry. Jiang Hai flipped through the booklet with photos of the villa in front of him. Every page was of a villa. There were photos of the exterior, the surrounding situation, and the interior decoration. The houses at the front were smaller, while the ones at the back were bigger. There were 150 square meters, 200 square meters, 260 square meters, and 300 square meters. Jiang Hai counted with his fingers. There were a total of 24 people in his house: him, Qi Jia, Chia, Ai Xiaoxi, Feng Yunqin, Daliana, Marian, Aphrodite, Dana, Hilda, Paige, Sheila, Ohilia, Bridget, Janice, Rallis Carter, Wallace Shelley, Beliak, Valentina, Galena, Azalina, Aller Sarah, Duning, and Chi Li. Of course, it was impossible for all of them to live here, but after all, there were so many of them. What if they lived here in the future? Jiang Hai was not short of money now. He could not possibly not have a place to stay when everyone came here. Thinking of this, the original idea of buying a small villa of about 300 square meters disappeared. Of course, there was another reason why he disappeared so quickly. The house prices here were cheaper than expected. The bigger the villa, the cheaper it was. Of course, this referred to the average price. Moreover, the recent crackdown was so severe that no one dared to buy these villas. Therefore, Jiang Hai calculated that with so many people in his house, it was impossible to live in a small villa. Therefore, he had to buy a bigger one. Therefore, he did not look at the small villas in front and flipped directly to the big ones. What he saw was a 524 square meter villa with 2 floors. There were a total of 14 rooms. 9 of them were bedrooms. The other 5 rooms were a study room, a nursery, a warehouse, a gym, and a game room. The interior decoration was completed. He could move in directly with his bag. Network cable, washing clothes, kitchen items, everything was there. There was a sofa, a coffee table, and everything. If there was anything to buy, it would be a TV. Other than that, there was nothing else. Although he had to buy an air conditioner, it could not be used now. After all, the air conditioner would not work when it was -5 degrees Celsius. But here, how could it be more than -5 degrees Celsius? Therefore, heating was dependent on the heater. There was no need to care about this. Looking at the back, it was basically about this big. Then, Jiang Hai did not have to worry about it. This house looked quite good. That's it. Can you take us to see it? Pointing to the villa, Jiang Hai said to the big sister in front of him. Here. Okay. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the big sister did not care. After taking out a bunch of keys from the drawer, she walked out of the hall with Jiang Hai and Fu Yuan while eating sunflower seeds. The three of them walked into the residential area. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai nodded secretly. This residential area was really good. The entire residential area was not small. It was surrounded by multi-story buildings. All of them were 7-story buildings. But don't look down on the multi-story buildings. Every building here had many elevators. There was no need to climb up the multi-story buildings. Whether it was the architecture or the design, it belonged to the Soviet Russian-style European-style buildings. Taking advantage of the white snow, it really had some exotic charm. In the residential area, there were quite a lot of green belts. There were many trees. Of course, the green belt was now covered in snow, there were many roads, and there were not many cars in the residential area. Most of them were in the underground parking lot. The ones parked on the ground were all temporary. There were about 20 to 30 buildings around. A little further inside was the supporting facilities. There was a swimming pool, a fitness center, a shopping place, and a supermarket. Most of the household items could be completed without leaving the residential area. And further inside these places was the villa area. In the middle of the villa area was a man-made lake. It was not deep, about 1.5 meters, but the scenery looked good. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. But now the lake was all frozen. The residential area's animal husbandry had built an ice rink here. The people in the residential area could skate here for free. Now on this ice rink, there were many little brats playing there happily. Around the lake were many villas. There were big and small villas, far and near. The one that Jiang Hai had his eyes on was not far from the lake. The location was excellent. Otherwise, it would not be more than 500 meters and sell for more than 40 million. This residential area was actually built 5 years ago. The building here was slower, so it took 3 years to build. And 3 years ago, the houses here were already taken, especially these villas. Some of the high-ranking officials and the like, everyone knew. Although these houses were usually some businessmen's in name, in reality, it was enough to know who lived in them. But a little surprising was that in those years, the current emperor ascended the throne. Naturally, the new emperor would bring in new ministers. Moreover, the current emperor had always been fighting against corruption. If the emperor was good, the subordinates would follow suit. They couldn't even afford to eat and drink on public funds. If someone were to find out that they were living in such a big villa, there would be nothing else to say except for Therefore, these houses had been fully renovated, but no one dared to take them, let alone live in them. Under such circumstances, they sold it. At the beginning, it was priced at 200 million, but no one bought it. Later, it was priced at 100 million, but still no one bought it. A year ago, it was priced at 50 million. They could not lower it anymore, or they would lose money. How much did they spend on this land? The decoration inside was definitely the highest level of decoration for the commoners. Just the bathroom alone was imported from Italy. The decoration hardware of a toilet cost more than 200,000. There were a total of 5 toilets in this villa, not to mention the other places. So now it was 46 million, and there was no way to lower it anymore. Today, Jiang Hai was also waiting. Following this big sister, Jiang Hai opened the door and walked into the villa that they had their eyes on. As soon as he walked in, he smelled a musty smell. This was normal. There was also a lot of dust in the villa. This was also normal. After walking in, Fu Yuan's phone did not stop ringing. For him, there were not many opportunities to come here, let alone come in and take a look. Jiang Hai was checking around: water, electricity, gas, and furniture. After walking around for more than half an hour, Jiang Hai confirmed that there was nothing wrong with this villa. He also nodded. How is it? If you want to buy it, then we'll go back and sign the contract. I still have to find someone from the bank to come over and help you with the loan. If you don't like it, then forget it. You can also look at other unsold ones. Seeing Jiang Hai nod after walking around, the big sister also patted the sunflower seed crumbs on her hand and asked Jiang Hai. No need to find a bank, I'll pay in full. Hearing the big sister's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Bank? Does he need it? Chapter 929. Jiang Hai paid for the house in full with his credit card. After that, he went straight to the house, garage, keys, access card, and so on. Although these people were civil servants and worked for the government, they did not make things difficult for Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai finished the house on the same day. The next day, Jiang Hai started to decorate the entire villa. In fact, there was nothing much to decorate, but a big bed was necessary. There was also a wardrobe, kitchen items, and a TV. Of course, there was not only one TV. Every room had to have one. Although Jiang Hai was only staying for a few days, he did not want to suffer. As for the internet, Jiang Hai paid for it for 3 years. This saved him the trouble of paying for it every time he came back. Anyway, he did not care about a few hundred yuan a month. Of course, Jiang Hai's internet was the fastest. After all, there were at most 24 people here. 24 people, 24 mobile phones, not including computers, iPads, and so on. In total, there would be at least 50 devices using Wi-Fi. A normal network would not be able to carry them. The first day, he did the shopping. The second day, he installed the house. The third day, he got someone to clean the house. On the fourth day, he bought quilts, bed sheets, and so on. On the fifth day, he tidied up the house. A week passed just like that. At noon on the fifth day, Jiang Hai received a call. Asolina had already brought Ai Xiaoxi, Feng Yunchen, Daliana, Marian, Wallace Shelley, Leslie Carter, Beliak, Valentina, Galena, Alfred, Aphrodite, Dana, Hilda, Becky, Sheila, Ohilia, Bridget, and Janice on the plane from New York to Imperial Capital. Originally, Jiang Hai wanted to bring Tarak along. Unfortunately, Tarak was a Native American. It did not matter if he lived with Jiang Hai, but she did not have a household registration. Without a household registration, there was no way to apply for a passport. When Jiang Hai wanted to bring her back to China, it was already too late. Perhaps when Jiang Hai returned to China next year, she might follow him. As for Qi Jia and Qia, they didn't want others to know about their relationship with Jiang Hai. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if word got out. Qi Jia and Qia didn't want others to know about their relationship with Jiang Hai. Therefore, they returned to Miami first, and then went to Beijing a day later. At that time, they would come back with Qi Li. They slept in the new house. At noon the next day, Jiang Hai received a call from Qi Li, telling him that his harem had arrived. However, Ai Xiaoxi flew back to her hometown directly. The other girls also rested for a while before flying to Bing City. They told Jiang Hai to prepare to pick them up. Jiang Hai was somewhat embarrassed about what Qi Li said about his harem. But this was also a fact, so Jiang Hai did not say anything. After the girls boarded the plane, Jiang Hai called a Toyota coaster he rented a few days ago. If it was Jiang Hai who bought it, he would definitely not buy a Japanese car. But there was no way to rent it. Jiang Hai had 19 people with him. Ai Xiaoxi went back to her hometown. So, including him, there were 19 people. Where could he find a 19-seater car? So, he could only rent this minibus. But there was a problem. Jiang Hai could not rent such a minibus by himself. His driver's license was only C in China, and he could only rent a car with less than 7 seats. So, he had to rent a driver. Fortunately, Jiang Hai gave him a lot of money. Because Jiang Hai did not smoke, he did not give him a cigarette. Instead, he gave him a tip of $100. Although the green dollars could not be spent in China, as long as he went to the bank, it would be more than 600 yuan. Naturally, the driver was quite happy. After Jiang Hai made a phone call, the minibus arrived at the gate of Jiang Hai's community. After leaving the community, Jiang Hai sat in the co-pilot seat and went to the airport. When they arrived at the airport, the plane there had not yet landed. While chatting with the driver, Jiang Hai's mobile phone vibrated. Listening to Azelina's voice, Jiang Hai smiled and immediately went to the waiting hall. He saw the girls carrying a lot of things. Although they were only here for the new year, and they might not stay for more than half a month, they still brought a lot of things. Jiang Hai led the women to the parking lot. The driver in the parking lot was stunned. He only knew that he was here to pick someone up, but he didn't expect that he would pick up such a beautiful foreign girl. Looking at Jiang Hai's intimate appearance with them, the driver couldn't help but smack his lips. The world's morals are really deteriorating. But when the girls got in the car, the driver uncle, who was still smoking and talking dirty with Jiang Hai, seemed to have changed into a different person. With a warm smile on his face, he even took the initiative to come down and help with the luggage. However, the girls did not need to use him, because they were in Jiang Hai's manor all day, eating Jiang Hai's beef and seafood. Although the girls looked delicate, they were not weak at all. At least, they could carry their own things easily. After seeing the girls put down their luggage, the driver also looked at Jiang Hai. Originally, he was a little envious of this kid, but now, it seemed that this kid's body was not weak at all. Everyone had arrived, and Du Ning would protect Qi Li. After Qi Jia and Qi Ya arrived, they would come back tomorrow. So now that everyone on the minibus had arrived, the driver stepped on the accelerator and headed toward the villa area that Jiang Hai had bought. Along the way, many girls were chattering and looking at Ice City outside. Because they were Jiang Hai's daughters, Delina and Marian had been there several times, so they were not unfamiliar with Ice City. Feng Yunchen was also from Ice City, so it was mainly the three of them who were introducing, while the others were listening. Unknowingly, Jiang Hai and the others had arrived at their own home. After arriving home, Jiang Hai told the driver that he would call him if he needed anything. After all, in the future, Jiang Hai will take these girls to see the ice lanterns, to see the snow sculptures, to play by the river, and to eat authentic pig slaughtered dishes and so on. These small cars won't be able to fit them all. Knowing that there would be work in the future, the driver was very happy. He could make money, and at the same time, it was a good thing. After the driver left, Jiang Hai also returned home, but when he came back, he found that the house was in a mess. Because everyone was looking for their own rooms, only Feng Yunchen was sitting there, watching TV. What? Don't you want to find your own room? Or are you going to stay in my room all the time? Looking at Feng Yunshin, Jiang Hai also smiled, then sat beside her, and regardless of whether she wanted to or not, he directly hugged her on his lap. Stupid, I'm back, how can I not go home? Feng Yunshin rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai and said. When he heard her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a moment. He forgot that Feng Yunshin was also from Ice City. The two of them were classmates. It was not only Jiang Hai who knew Feng Yunshin, but also Jiang Hai's junior high school classmates. Well, when are you leaving? Looking at Feng Yunshin, Jiang Hai asked carefully. What, you want to drive me away? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshin's eyes narrowed, and she said with a reluctant look. I don't dare, I'm kidding, I'll be happy if you don't leave. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai also smiled. For so many years, Jiang Hai's progress in this area was not too great, otherwise, he would not have said the first sentence, but fortunately, his ability to smooth things over is getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, practice is the real truth. You know how to talk. After dinner, remember to send me home. Looking at Jiang Hai, Feng Yunshin smiled, and then hugged Jiang Hai. In fact, she was also a little tangled in her heart. She was Jiang Hai's classmate. Ai Xiaoxi's parents were urging her to get married, let alone her. But she couldn't be like Ai Xiaoxi and ask when Jiang Hai would marry her, because she knew that she was congenitally deficient. Originally, she was just going to find Jiang Hai as a way out, but she didn't expect that she would fall into this trap. But what should she say now? What should she do? These were all problems, and she could only face these problems by herself. Looking at Ai Xiaoxi in front of him, Jiang Hai's sixth sense told him that the woman in front of him had something on her mind, but Jiang Hai didn't know what it was, and he didn't know if he should ask. All he could do was hug her tightly and tell her that he was by her side. Soon, Jiang Hai and the others made dinner in the villa, and then Jiang Hai and Feng Yunshin left together. They took a taxi and went straight to Feng Yunshin's house. Along the way, the two of them didn't say anything, but their hands were tightly held. When they arrived, Jiang Hai and Feng Yunshin also got out of the car. When they got out, Jiang Hai naturally put her hand into his pocket. Feeling Jiang Hai's action, Feng Yunshin's face turned slightly red, but she didn't struggle or resist. She just walked forward slowly, and the streetlights elongated their shadows, but as they got closer and closer to home, Feng Yunshin also gently bit her lips, raised her head, and looked at Jiang Hai beside her. To be honest, on one side was her parents and on the other was Jiang Hai. She really wanted to go with Jiang Hai, but she couldn't say it. Looking at her eyes, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and suddenly stopped. This year's third day, I'll go to your house. Jiang Hai stopped, and Feng Yunshin looked at him with some confusion. Looking at her confused eyes, Jiang Hai first smiled, then looked into her eyes and said seriously. Chapter 930. What are you doing? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshin was suddenly stunned. She looked at Jiang Hai with some doubts. Although she vaguely guessed something in her heart, all she could do at this time was to play dumb. I have to let your dad and mom know who you left with. If you can't find him, I have to let them know who to call the police to arrest, right? Listening to Feng Yunshin's words, Jiang Hai also smiled, and then said to her. You are going to murder for money. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshin couldn't help but pat Jiang Hai with her other hand, and said with some reproach, but looking at her raised mouth, it is not difficult to see that she really likes Jiang Hai's proposal. There are some words that she can't say. After all, before Jiang Hai, she was not like Ai Xiaoxi and Qi Li. Before she fell in love with Jiang Hai, she just regarded Jiang Hai as a road. If there is one, then there is one, if there is none, then forget it. But after she lived with Jiang Hai for a long time, there is a good saying, love grows with time. Maybe it is because of the long time before Jiang Hai, feelings will develop. So Feng Yunshan's feelings for Jiang Hai are also slowly changing. She is not willing to leave Jiang Hai, whether it is because of him, or because of his money, his home, his beef, or even she can accept other people for Jiang Hai. She may also be the one who accepted it the most calmly among these people. Qi Li, Qi Jia, Qia, and Ai Xiaoxi all went through a psychological struggle, but she accepted it the fastest because she knew that she was not qualified to choose. So when Jiang Hai met Ai Xiaoxi's parents, Feng Yunshan actually had this idea. But she had no way to mention it. Now that Jiang Hai mentioned it, it would be nonsense to say that she was not touched, so after slapping Jiang Hai, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Jiang Hai's waist, and buried her head in Jiang Hai's arms, and turned hard. Is what you said true? After a while, she raised her head, looked at Jiang Hai, and asked seriously. Of course, go back and tell uncle and auntie that I will come over on the 3rd day of the new year. Touching Feng Yunshan's hair, Jiang Hai chuckled and said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshan also bit her lips, then she nodded hard. Feng Yunshan. Just as the two of them were done being intimate and were about to walk forward, a voice that was 3 parts surprised, 3 parts emotional, and 4 parts angry came from the front. Jiang Hai and Feng Yunshan looked toward the source of the voice and saw a person who was almost as tall as Jiang Hai. At this time, he was standing there, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, looking at them in a daze. Tianqiu. Looking at this person, Jiang Hai could not help but raise his eyebrows. He also knew this person. Jiang Hai and Feng Yunshan's junior high school classmate. Jiang Hai remembered that the day he and Feng Yunshan reunited was the day of their classmates' reunion. At that time, he was also there. At the table, he was very attentive to Feng Yunshan, but in the end, Feng Yunshan left with him. After that, Jiang Hai did not see him again, but now, what kind of person is he, Tianqiu? Why are you here? Looking at the person in front of her, Feng Yunshan asked with some doubt. She didn't know why he was here because she hadn't seen him since that time she saw him. This guy is married, do you know that? Looking at the almost same reaction of the 2 people in front of him, Tianqiu walked in front of the 2 of them in a few steps, pointed at Jiang Hai with a trembling finger, and said to Feng Yunshan in a deep voice. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's brows couldn't help but frown. Jiang Hai could hear the anger in his words, but this is F*King Bullsh***. I know, I have always been a mistress, don't you know? Hearing Tianqiu's words, Feng Yunshan took the initiative to stand in front of Jiang Hai and said to Tianqiu with an unhappy face. Hearing her words, Tianqiu could not help but choke. Yunshan, you know I don't mean that. Hearing Feng Yunshan's words, Tianqiu said anxiously. I don't care if you mean that or not, I mean that. What are you doing here? Feng Yunshan waved her hand. She didn't have a good impression of Tianqiu. This was the case a long time ago. Otherwise, with Tianqiu's capital, if she was really interested in him, the 2 of them would have been together long ago, and Jiang Hai wouldn't have taken advantage of it. I heard from uncle and auntie that you are coming back today, so I have been waiting for you. I am divorced, so. Hearing Feng Yunshan's words, Tianqiu said with a hesitant face. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai raised his eyebrows. F***, this guy is looking for death, right? You are divorced, and you dare to come and steal my woman. Does he not want to live anymore? Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but take a step forward, but he was blocked by Feng Yunshan. Whether you are divorced or not has nothing to do with me. I can only express my pity for you. What you have to do now is to find a person who loves you, because I have found my own happiness. Feng Yunshan knew that Tian Chao's family was an official. Although the official position was not high, it was in the public security department. His father was a captain. Jiang Hai's power was in the United States. In the United States, not to mention a captain, even a bureau chief had to take the initiative to bow to Jiang Hai. But in China, the situation was not good. So in her opinion, Jiang Hai had better not have any conflict with him. If there was anything, she would settle it for Jiang Hai. Your happiness. Your happiness is this guy. Pointing at Jiang Hai, Tian Chou had looked down on Jiang Hai since he was in school. Of course, not only Jiang Hai, he also looked down on most people. Because Jiang Hai was very ordinary, his academic results were not good, his height was not high, and his family was not rich. There were more than 40 students in the class, Jiang Hai was in the 30s every time. Basically, passing was the best result. His studies were not good, and his family was not good, so in Tian Chao's opinion, he was a person who had no future. Including Jiang Hai, Fu Yuan, Xiang Hua, and the others, he pinched half of his eyes and looked down on these people. However, he was slapped in the face by Jiang Hai twice in a row in love, and he couldn't stand it. He couldn't afford to offend the one Feng Yunshan found before, but it didn't mean that he couldn't afford to offend Jiang Hai. Looking at Jiang Hai, his eyes were burning with anger. Looking at his appearance, Jiang Hai smiled disdainfully. Then, he gently hugged Feng Yunshan's waist, turned her head, and gently kissed her lips. Seeing this scene, Tian Chou was stunned, and Feng Yunshan was also a little surprised. She's willing. What can you do? She's also willing to eat rice and vegetables with me. What can you do? Looking at Tian Chao's eyes that were about to pop out, Jiang Hai said disdainfully. Although Jiang Hai's power was not in the country, don't forget that Jiang Hai was now a major shareholder of the Qi Group, and if it was based on shares, he was the first shareholder. This guy's father was just a small captain of the Public Security Bureau. He couldn't even fight with a third-rate businessman, let alone Tian Chou. Whether or not he was using the tiger skin, Jiang Hai couldn't deal with a second or third generation of the Red family with the Qi Group, but the general rich second generation or the second generation of a small official like him, Jiang Hai was really confident. You son of a bitch. Seeing that Jiang Hai still dared to provoke him like this, Tian Chou was about to go crazy. With a roar, he threw away the flowers in his hand and rushed toward Jiang Hai, but how could he compare with Jiang Hai's speed? Seeing him rushing over, Jiang Hai went up and kicked him right in the middle of his mouth. Then, Tian Chou was like a rolling gourd, flying out upside down. After rolling several times on the ground, he hit the pile of snow next to him and stopped, but his face was covered in dust. Because it was winter, he was wearing thick clothes, so although the strength of this kick was not small, at most, it left a purple mark on his mouth. But it was enough to make him temporarily lose his combat power. You dare to hit me, hit me. Covering his mouth and feeling the sharp pain there, Tian Chou pointed at Jiang Hai and said with a horrified face. It seemed that Jiang Hai was about the same height as him, but he couldn't understand how Jiang Hai had so much strength. So what if I hit you? If you dare to be cocky again, I will destroy your family. When picking an opponent, it's best to know the other party's situation before you start. My wife is the chairman of the Qi Group, and I am the largest shareholder of the Qi Group. Does the Qi Group know what this means? If you don't, go back and ask your father. If I see you here again, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Looking at Tian Chao's horrified eyes, Jiang Hai naturally walked over with Feng Yunshin in his arms and said word by word to Tian Chou, who was still lying in the snow. After speaking, without waiting for him to react, Jiang Hai left with Feng Yunshin in his arms. Listening to Jiang Hai's powerful words, Feng Yunshin's face was quite red. She leaned in Jiang Hai's arms and slowly walked downstairs. Go up. Looking at the electronic door in front of him, Jiang Hai stroked Feng Yunshin's hair again and said to her with a smile. An. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshin also nodded, then took out the key and opened the door. But before going in, she turned back and kissed the corner of Jiang Hai's mouth, then went in with a grin. Listening to Feng Yunshin's footsteps quickly going upstairs, Jiang Hai also touched the corner of his mouth. This feeling is weird. Not long after, Jiang Hai received a WeChat message from Feng Yunshin that she had arrived home. Then he turned and left. When he went back, he found that Tian Chou was gone, but it didn't matter whether he was here or not. Just like what Jiang Hai said, he didn't take Tian Chou seriously. Today, he came over and got kicked. If he dared to come again, then it wouldn't be a matter of 1 or 2 kicks. Whistling, Jiang Hai returned to the gate of the community, called another car, and went to his villa in Zhongbei. Chapter 931. Looking at Jiang Hai's back as he left, Feng Yunshin tightened her grip on her phone, then opened the door and walked in. As soon as she walked in, she found her parents sitting in the living room watching TV in the distance. When they saw Feng Yunshin walk in, the two of them looked at her, but their expressions were a little different. Feng Yunshin's mother's eyes were full of worry, while her father's eyes had a trace of anger. Yunshin, you're back. Have you had dinner? You must be tired. Come and sit down and rest. Looking at Feng Yunshin's mother stood up and said to her with a smile on her face. Mom, it's okay. I've had dinner. I'm not tired. Hearing her mother's words, Feng Yunyun shook her head and smiled. Why are you worried about her? Will she still be hungry? What kind of food can't she eat? Hearing what Feng Yunshin said, Feng Yunshin's father said with a straight face. Hearing his words, the originally not very warm feeling in the room dropped below the freezing point, and the smile on Feng Yunshin's face also disappeared. Stop talking. Our daughter only comes back for a few days a year, and you still have to give her a hard time. Feng Yunshin's mother couldn't help but complain as she tugged at Feng Yunshin's father's clothes. Who asked her to come back for 2 days? Who asked her to come back? Did I ask her to come back? Why did she come back? To embarrass me. All of my relatives and friends, who doesn't know that she's a mistress outside? Why did she come back? She came back to anger me to death. However, Feng Yunshin's mother's tugging didn't make Feng Yunshin's father change his mind. Instead, he straightened his neck and shouted. What do you have to say to me? Why are you shouting at my mother? Yes, I went out to be someone's mistress, but don't you think about who it is for? If I didn't go out to be a mistress, who bought this house? Now, who are you eating, wearing, and using? If I didn't go out to be someone's mistress, you would have been dead for 7 or 8 years, do you know that? Hearing her father's angry roar, Feng Yunshin didn't choose to swallow her anger. Instead, she also straightened her neck and shouted loudly. How can you say that? I'd rather die than let you do these things. Even if I were to live, I wouldn't be able to straighten my back. Hearing Feng Yunshin's resistance, Feng Yunshin's father also shouted loudly. Feng Yunshin's mother was in the middle, tears were about to come out. Looking at her mother's appearance, Feng Yunshin also took a deep breath. For the sake of her mother, she couldn't argue with her father like that. However, it was inevitable that her heart would ache. This kind of scene happened almost every year. In her opinion, the whole world could criticize her, but only her father couldn't. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. If you don't like it, then close your eyes. Who told you to look? Mom, I'm going back to my room to sleep. Shaking her head, Feng Yunshin finally made a concession. Then, she ignored her father and walked straight into her room. Seeing Feng Yunshin walk in, her father also sighed. Then, he helplessly rubbed his forehead and lowered his head. Only Feng Yunshin's mother was left. Looking at her father like this, she didn't know what to say. After a while, she walked into her daughter's room. After walking into the room, she saw Feng Yunshin lying on the bed. She didn't cry. Instead, she was looking at a photo. It was a photo of them in junior high school. This photo was a long time ago and it was already a little yellow. In the corner of the last row of the photo, Jiang Hai was hugging her arms and looking at the sky. Looking at Jiang Hai, her originally bad mood calmed down a little. Seeing that her daughter's mood was still good, Feng Yunshin's mother also sat beside her. Don't blame your father. You also know that we don't have much ability. The money for you to go to junior high school was earned by us selling vegetables to support you. In your father's eyes, he is the head of the family, so if there is anything, he has to shoulder it. Now, he has to use his daughter's happiness to exchange for his life. He just feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. Feng Yunshin's mother said softly as she touched Feng Yunshin's hair. I know that he cares about his face, but the whole world can scold me, but he can't. Hearing her mother's words, Feng Yunshin also muttered in a low voice. Although her voice was very soft, her tone was very firm. Obviously, the matter on Feng Yunshin's side was still different from what she had imagined. To put it simply, this was the case. Feng Yunshin was originally very normal when she was in junior high school and high school. She also went to university. However, during university, because she was beautiful and had a good figure, she went to SG and model and came into contact with some rich people. However, she didn't do that kind of thing. She just stood on the stage and walked in a show to earn some pocket money. It was enough for her to live. But at this moment, when her father went to serve the dishes, he was hit by a car. The driver who caused the accident ran away and needed a sum of money for surgery. Then, she agreed to a boss Lu who had been pursuing her and used her body to exchange for money. Then, the follow-up happened. So in her opinion, if it wasn't for her father, she might not have become like this. Her father also felt that he couldn't hold his face in the midst of self-blame and regret. He had to sell his daughter to save his life. His self-esteem couldn't take it. Therefore, over the years, the relationship between the two had never been very good. Once they came back, they would always have a quarrel. Your personality is exactly the same as your father's. Moreover, what your father said is not completely unreasonable. You are not young now. Our family can be considered to be doing well now. See if you want to come back. It's not like you are always being a concubine for others. With a sigh, Feng Yunshin's mother said with some heartache for her daughter. By the way, your classmate named Tian Cho often comes over these past few days. I think he is interested in you. Do you think you can develop it? Speaking of this, Feng Yunshin's mother couldn't help but think of the person who often came over these past few days. Hey, don't say that. I'm doing very well now. That Tian Cho is not a good person. By the way, Mom, my boyfriend might come over in the 3rd year of junior high. At the mention of Tian Cho, Feng Yunshin was furious. She slapped away her mother's hand and said excitedly. However, after she finished speaking, she found that her mother's expression was not very good, how should we address him then? After thinking for a while, her mother asked carefully. They didn't know about Feng Yunshin and Jiang Hai. They thought that Feng Yunshin was with Boss Lu, so they were a little confused. Because they knew that Boss Lu's age was not younger than them. How should they address him then? What are you thinking about? My current boyfriend is called Jiang Hai. He is our junior high school classmate. He is the same age as me and a few months younger than me. You can call him Little Jiang. Looking at her mother's expression, Feng Yunshin couldn't help but laugh and said, "Aw. Your classmate. What is he like? What does he do?" Hearing Feng Yunshin's words, Feng Yunshin's mother couldn't help but light up. Does it mean that my daughter is no longer a mistress? Therefore, she immediately asked anxiously. Yes, he looks like this. What does he do? And, he raises cattle and fish in the United States. The beef and seafood that you ate that I sent over were produced by him. Don't underestimate him. He is very rich. Hearing her mother's words, Feng Yunshin also pointed to Jiang Hai in the photo and then introduced him with a smile. In her opinion, Jiang Hai was her baby. Oh, I see. Then this time you came back, are you going to get married or? Looking at her daughter's happy look, Feng Yunshin's mother's eyes also lit up. If her daughter really came back, it would really be a good thing. No, he is married. His wife is the chairman of the Qi group. Shaking her head, Feng Yunshin knew that she had no chance to marry Jiang Hai, at least it seemed like this now. Ah, it's like this again. She sighed. Hope had just emerged, but it was suppressed. It was really helpless. But he is really a good man. But he's really a good person. Don't worry. Every successful man has a mistress behind him. He's really a great person. His wealth and power are far from what Boss Lu used to be. And he's also very good to me. We live together every day. We'll live together for the rest of our lives. Don't worry. Looking at the regret in her mother's eyes, Feng Yunshin also smiled and comforted her mother. Seeing that her daughter had already decided, Feng Yunshin's mother didn't know what to say. But in the third year of junior high school, it didn't prevent her from looking at this child named Jiang Hai. Anyway, from the photo, this kid was ordinary. At night, Feng Yunshin's mother also told her father about this matter. Knowing that his daughter had found happiness, although she was still a mistress, her father felt very uncomfortable in his heart. But since it was her decision, he had no right to ask. He could only turn his head and treat it as a tacit agreement if he didn't ask. Her classmates were better than those old men. The night was silent. The next day, Feng Yunshin woke up early and was busy in the kitchen. This was the breakfast she learned to make from Chiya. It was not easy to go home. Although she had been quarreling with her father, after all, this was her family. No matter what happened to Feng Yunshin, Jiang Hai also woke up early today because Qi Li and the others were coming back today. Therefore, Jiang Hai had to pick up Qi Li first. Of course, Qi Jia, and Du Ning had to come back together. Du Ning was easy to say. She lived directly in Jiang Hai's villa, but Qi and Qi Jia, it was a little awkward no matter how one thought about it. But things had already happened. Even if Jiang Hai had to bite the bullet, he had to go. Chapter 932. Brother-in-law, please help me with my luggage. Brother-in-law, please help me with my clothes. Thank you. Qi and Qi Jia said to Jiang Hai while looking for clothes in their luggage at the Taiping International Airport in Bing City. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai could only stand aside and help them with their clothes awkwardly. He lowered his head as much as possible so that Qi Li wouldn't notice his awkwardness. To be honest, he was indeed very uncomfortable. In order to show that they had just returned from Miami, Chia and Chi-Jia even made their clothes look like they were from the south. Even though they knew that it was cold in Bing City, they didn't wear much. They only brought a lot of clothes and changed after getting off the plane. Since they were acting, they didn't arouse Chi Li's suspicion. At this time, Chi Li was talking to Du Ning about what clothes to wear. They were very happy with their acting, but Jiang Hai was a little, embarrassed. Perhaps he was the most embarrassed one in the whole scene. Oh, and Du Ning, but Du Ning just pretended not to know. After the 4 women were ready, Jiang Hai and the others left the waiting hall and went to the airport parking lot. This time, Jiang Hai didn't rent a car. Instead, he specially went to his and Chi Li's home. After getting the key, he drove a BMW from the garage downstairs. This car was Chi Li's car. After buying a Rolls-Royce, she didn't use it and left it here. Jiang Hai happened to drive this car to pick them up. After putting their luggage in, the 3 Chi sisters sat in the back, while Du Ning sat in the front passenger seat of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai drove. You go home first and stay at home for a few days. I will go back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. After getting in the car, Chi Li said to Chi-Jia and Chi-Ya. Her commanding tone made Chi-Jia twitch her mouth. Oh, I know. You and brother-in-law. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Hearing Chi Li's words, Chi-Jia said with a smile. Hearing Chi-Jia's words, Chi Li couldn't help but blush. You will get married sooner or later. What are you so proud of? I will teach you a lesson then. However, Chi Li didn't deny it. Instead, she glared at them and said with a frown. Hearing her words, Chi and Chia also laughed. As for the way they looked at Jiang Hai, it was very interesting. As for Jiang Hai, who was sitting in front, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't say anything all the way until he sent them home. Brother-in-law, remember to come and play during the new year. When they arrived at the door, Chi-Jia and Chia also got out of the car and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Only Jiang Hai knew what they meant by, come and play. After coughing twice awkwardly, Jiang Hai didn't have the intention to go in and sit. He directly started the engine and left. Where are Delina and the others? You brought back so many at once. It seems that the food you ate in the United States is good for your health. Seeing Chi-Jia and Chia's figures walk into the mansion, Chi Li also smiled. In her opinion, Jiang Hai was so uncomfortable because he was shy. After the 2 sisters left, she asked Jiang Hai. Of course, the jealousy in her words was unavoidable. Oh, I bought a villa in Bingqing. They are all there. Hearing Chi Li's words, Jiang Hai also said a little awkwardly. Chi Li had seen Azalina, Aphrodite, and the others before. She was also very clear about their relationship with Jiang Hai. Therefore, she said this to make Jiang Hai feel awkward. She didn't want him to feel as uncomfortable as Chi-Jia and Chia. TSK. Glancing at Jiang Hai, Chi Li didn't say anything. Then, she picked up her makeup bag and started to touch up her makeup. Although her face was basically fruit makeup, some places still needed to be touched up. This was also to show the majesty of the Empress, wasn't it? In her opinion, the reason why Jiang Hai has so many women is because she is partly responsible for it. At this time, since she had already decided to accept Jiang Hai, then these women, even if they were passive, she would accept them. But accepting was accepting. Just like the families in ancient Huaxia, these people had to be clear about who was the empress and who was the concubine. In this family, Jiang Hai had the final say. She was behind him. She couldn't tolerate these little sluts climbing over her head. Looking at Chi Li's queen-like aura in the rearview mirror, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. When Du Ning saw Jiang Hai's expression, she couldn't help but shake Jiang Hai's hand to show that she supported him morally. In this regard, Jiang Hai could only chuckle. He had nothing else to say. The car soon arrived at the villa Jiang Hai bought in Zhongbei. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, Jiang Hai carried his luggage and brought Qi Li and Du Ning upstairs. After opening the door of the villa, the first thing they felt was the warm atmosphere. In fact, although the winter in the north was -20 to 30 degrees Celsius, more than 90% of northerners were afraid of the cold. When the temperature in the house was around 10 degrees Celsius, the house would not be able to withstand it. This was also the reason why so many wolves from the north were frozen like dogs in the south. Especially in the area around the Yangtze River, when the temperature was at its coldest, it would be around 0 degrees Celsius. That was simply fatal. For example, in Ice City, the temperature in the house would be maintained at least 24 degrees Celsius. It was completely different from the world of ice and snow outside. Basically, modern people didn't spend much time outside after all. Even if they went to work, it would only be colder during the commute to work. Whether it was at the office or at home, it was very warm. Therefore, it was nonsense to say that northerners carried the cold. In fact, most northerners didn't carry the cold like their brothers and sisters in the south. Feeling the warm air, Jiang Hai also walked in with Qi Li and Du Ning. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai realized that Qi Li's despotic power was really strong. Everyone who was talking and chatting there instantly fell silent. Aphrodite and the others, who originally had a lower status in Jiang Hai's family, immediately walked over with smiling faces. Aphrodite first came over to brush the snow off Qi Li's body, then Dana went to do it for Du Ning, Hilda came over to take the clothes and hang them up, Paige was still looking for slippers, Sheila, Ashiria, Bridget, and Jennifer all came over with smiles on their faces. "You're back, have you eaten? There are dumplings we made in the kitchen. They might not look good, but if you haven't eaten, I'll cook them now." Looking at Qi Li in front of her, Aphrodite said with a smile while doing her work. "Yeah, I'm a bit hungry. The food on the plane really doesn't taste good. What about you guys? Are you hungry too?" Hearing Aphrodite's words, Qi Li also said very indifferently. The majesty of a first wife was undoubtedly displayed at this time. "I'm okay, I went to pick you guys up after eating. Du Ning must be hungry too." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai shook his head, then looked at Du Ning and said. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Du Ning also nodded. She didn't dare to be like Qi Li, acting like an empress dowager. She still remembered her status. In this family, the highest status was naturally Qi Li and Ai Xiaoxi, but now that Ai Xiaoxi wasn't here, then Qi Li was like an empress dowager. And if Qi Li wasn't here, then the highest status would be Qi Jia, Qia, and Ai Xiaoxi. Below them would be Azalina and Feng Yunqin. Azalina was responsible for their safety and was also one of the people who had the best contact with Jiang Hai, so naturally there was nothing to say. Below them were Delina, Marian, and Taraga. Although these three didn't have anything to do with Jiang Hai treated them like little sisters and daughters, so their status was naturally very high. Below them were the remaining bodyguards and Aphrodite. But the job of these bodyguards was to protect these people, so they didn't have to do housework and the like. In fact, in Jiang Hai's view, although he didn't say that he treated everyone equally, it was basically the same. These rankings were all given by them. Jiang Hai was also a bit speechless. It made him seem like he was very pretentious. Even his own women had to be ranked, wasn't he thinking too much? Okay, let's go cook. After hearing Qi Li's words, Aphrodite and the others hung up Qi Li's clothes and went into the kitchen to cook the dumplings. Speaking of which, the reason why they knew how to make dumplings now was because of Jiang Hai. Because Jiang Hai liked the feeling of being in harmony, and because they also liked to eat dumplings, they basically knew how to make them now. After coming here, because they didn't have anywhere to go these 2 days, and Jiang Hai was also very busy, they made a lot of dumplings themselves. Now that they heard that Chili wanted to eat, they went to cook. After Chili changed into slippers, she directly followed Jiang Hai to the master bedroom. After walking in, she ignored the smell in Jiang Hai's room and also ignored Jiang Hai's messy clothes. She walked directly to the closet, opened her suitcase, and started hanging clothes inside. From today onwards, this room is mine. You have to sleep here every night. When I fall asleep, you can do whatever you want. But when I wake up in the morning, you have to be by my side, understand? Chili said to Jiang Hai as she hung the clothes. Her queen-like appearance made Jiang Hai really want to say, why? But when the words reached his mouth, they became, I understand. Sigh, it said that Northeasterners like to beat their wives, but you have to understand that most Northeasterners' wives are also Northeasterners. You can't expect them to not fight back, right? Chapter 933. Time for fun always passed quickly. Unknowingly, New Year's Day was coming. Jiang Hai and the others were not idle these days. They ate what they wanted to eat and played. They saw ice lanterns, snow sculptures, went skiing, and ate pig dishes. After resting at home for a day, it was New Year's Eve. However, on New Year's Eve, Jiang Hai did not meet Chili at home. Instead, he went to Chili's house. Now that Jiang Hai's parents were gone, it was New Year's Eve. How could he not have an elder with him? And most importantly, Jiang Hai said that he would go to Feng Yunshan's house on the 3rd day of New Year's Eve, so it was inevitable that he would go to Chili's house on New Year's Eve. This morning, after Jiang Hai arranged for Azalina and the others, he and Chili drove to Chili's house. After parking the car, Jiang Hai and Chili walked to the door of the house and knocked. Not long after, the door opened from the inside. Jiang Hai saw Xiao several times before, and she was still wearing the maid costume. It seemed that she liked it very much. According to Qi Jie's words, she really liked this kind of clothes. Her wardrobe was full of such clothes, but the colors were different. After seeing Jiang Hai and Chili, the corners of Jing Xiao's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Then, she immediately withdrew it. Uncle and the others are at home, Jing Xiao whispered to Jiang Hai and Chili after glancing behind her. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai and Chili couldn't help but look at each other. What were they doing here? Jing Xiao was adopted by the Qi family since she was young, so she also called them by the Qi family's children. She was referring to Qi Song. Since Qi Song was here, Qi Yuanlong and Qi Liangkai were probably here as well. Although she didn't know what they were doing here, this was Qi Li's home. Out of curiosity, she walked in first. Jiang Hai also walked in. After changing into slippers, the two walked into the hall. As soon as they walked in, they saw the situation in the hall. There were a total of 9 people in the hall. It was very lively. There were 4 men and 5 women. Among them, the ones sitting on the main sofa were Jiang Hai's mother-in-law and 2 sisters-in-law. The other people were sitting next to them, but judging from the attitude of Qi Jia and Qia, they obviously didn't care about these relatives. At this time, Qia was fiddling with the tea, but she wasn't drinking it for others. She was drinking it herself. As for Qi Jia, she put her 2 straight legs on the coffee table in front of her. She was half lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. When she heard the footsteps, she couldn't help but raise her head. After seeing Jiang Hai, she smiled. She knew that Jiang Hai was here. She couldn't make any waves here. When they saw Jiang Hai, the other 6 people's faces didn't look too good. Especially Qi Jingtao, who was beaten by me. When he saw Jiang Hai walk in, he subconsciously shrank back. Oh, it's so lively. Uncle, why did third uncle think of coming to our house today? Looking at the situation in the room, Qi couldn't help but smile and say with a strong disdain in her eyes. She knew the situation of these 2 families. Since they were driven out of the Qi group by Jiang Hai, the shareholders' lives were quite miserable. A few of them got the money before they went bankrupt. This was because they used their status as shareholders of the Qi group to borrow a lot of money from banks or loan sharks. In the past, the Qi group was there to support them, and the annual dividends and interest were enough. These people didn't dare to come and force them to pay back the money. But after they were no longer shareholders, it was hard to say. There were also some who had side businesses. In the past, they used their status as shareholders of the Qi group to suppress their peers or had any conflicts with the government. Now, they were all back, just like how Jiang Hai wanted to buy oil futures at the beginning. No matter how much money you had to have the ability to protect yourself first. The status as a shareholder of the Qi group was the best protection. For example, Jiang Hai's biggest protection now was his status as a shareholder of Google. Therefore, there were less than 3 people whose shares were bought by Jiang Hai in the past who could enjoy the new year this year. Qi Song and Qi Yuanlong's situation was slightly better than these people, but it was not much better. Although Qi Song had lost his position as a shareholder of Qi Enterprise, it was not considered a serious injury to him. At most, it could be considered as an internal injury, which was quite painful. But then, he knew that he was unlucky. His main business was some peripheral supply business. With his status as a shareholder of the Qi group, he had many factories under his name. These factories were all dedicated to the Qi group. Although there was no mention of purposely raising the price or selling shoddy products, at least these factories relied on the Qi group to make money. Now that he was no longer a shareholder of the Qi group, Jiang Hai directly asked the departments under him to buy from other factories. The cost was lower and the quality was better. Because of this, Qi Song's vitality was greatly damaged. Last year, he had earned 800 million in dividends at the end of the year. It wasn't just the Qi group. His factories were the biggest. But this year, he lost 60 million. In other words, after Jiang Hai took away his shares this year, he lost 60 million in just a few months. His net loss was about 400 million. When this figure came out, he was hospitalized. It was just the day before yesterday. And Qi Yuanlong was not as good as Qi Song. No matter what, Qi Song still had a business, but Qi Yuanlong had nothing. His main income was the dividends from the Qi group, some of his own money in the company, and some of the filial piety from the managers who relied on him. But now that his shares were gone, his dividends were gone, the money in his hands in the branch was gone, and the people who relied on him were all kicked out of the company. He was now penniless. Of course, he still had some savings in the bank. But his family had always been extravagant. Now, they had to rely on their savings to run out. He couldn't bear it. So after knowing that Qi Song was hospitalized, he went to take a look and made an appointment. After Qi Song was discharged, he planned to visit the Qi family. Although they had lost, they could still take advantage of their seniority. Compared to money and status, what was face? So they came today. Qi Song still came with his son, Qi Liangkai, and Qi Yuanlong also came with his son, daughter-in-law, and wife. But these people were used to being arrogant. They didn't know whether it was because they wanted to strike first or because they were used to being arrogant. As soon as they came, they said arrogantly to Chi Li's mother, "Your daughter is a good daughter. Your son-in-law is simply a bastard. He took my shares. I'm telling you, return my shares to me immediately." After hearing this, the group of people in the Chi family was stunned. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such shameless people. Just when the two sides were in a deadlock, Jiang Hai and Qi Li came back. Seeing them enter the house, Qi Jia and Qi Ya completely ignored them. Although they also had shares of the Qi group, they had never cared about it. Now, they just handed it over to Jiang Hai. "Qi Li, and you, we're here to take back our things." Seeing Jiang Hai and Qi Li coming in, the group of people here looked quite embarrassed, especially when they saw Jiang Hai. It was this guy who had caused them to be so miserable. "Your things. What are your things? Does our family owe you anything?" Hearing Qi Song's words, Qi Li smiled disdainfully, then walked over and sat next to her mother. Qi Li's mother, who was originally at a loss, saw her daughter coming over and stopped talking. Now, Qi Li was naturally in charge of this family. "Don't play dumb with us. We're talking about our family's shares. You swallowed them just like that. Aren't you going to give us some explanation?" At this time, Qi Jingtao, who had been hiding in the back, came out and shouted loudly. After all, in his opinion, the Qi group should be his. Now, Qi Li and Jiang Hai not only took over the Qi group that originally belonged to him, but also swallowed the shares that originally belonged to him. What was this called? This was called usurping the throne. Forgive him, he was really not very smart. Swallowed. Sorry, I seem to have heard someone farting. I remember that I bought it with money. Do you want to see the contract? At this time, Jiang Hai walked over and sat on a sofa casually. He looked at the people in front of him and said calmly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, these people's faces changed greatly and became more and more ugly, especially Qi Song, whose face was already a little dark. "Those shares belong to us. You're forcing us to buy and sell them." Gritting his teeth, Qi Song looked at Jiang Hai angrily and said. Originally, in his opinion, Jiang Hai was just a rascal, a shield, and a dispensable person. In other words, Jiang Hai was also a puppet, a tool. His existence was only to let Qi Li safely hand over the company. That was all. But now, this bastard had unknowingly become a behemoth that even he had to look up to. What the hell was this? Why? No matter what, it was difficult for him to accept. What are you talking about? That was decided by the board of directors. It had nothing to do with me. I just wanted to buy the shares, and then the board of directors decided on the spot to sell me so much. What's wrong with that? I have already transferred the cash to your cards, one hand for the shares, a fair trade. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled and then said very indifferently. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the faces of the people here were quite ugly. Jiang Hai did it step by step according to the legal procedures, leaving them with no words to refute. If they can't be reasoned with, then they can only pester endlessly. You see, is this the tone you should use when talking to your elders? Pointing at Jiang Hai, Qi Song roared at Qi Li's mother. Hearing his words, Qi Li's mother smiled indifferently. Chapter 934. I'm a very traditional woman. When my husband is still alive, I naturally have to listen to my husband. When my husband is no longer alive, I have to listen to my son and daughter. Jiang Hai is my son-in-law, just like my son. Therefore, his words and decisions also represent my decisions. Looking at Qi Song, Qi Li's mother stood firmly on Jiang Hai's side this time. This was because she was not related to Qi Song and Qi Yuanlong. If Qi Li's father was still alive, Jiang Hai would not have to worry about this matter. However, Qi Li's father was not around, so this matter was decided by Qi Li's mother. It did not matter. The reason why she made concessions a few years ago was that Qi Li had not yet secured her position. Therefore, she needed to make them behave so that Qi Li could have more time. However, Jiang Hai had descended from the heavens and directly swept all the internal threats out of the company. Thus, it had nothing to do with Qi Song and Qi Yuanlong. She smiled at them because she had taught them well. If they wanted to pester endlessly, sorry, she was not in charge. This is your attitude. Seeing that Qi Li's mother in front of them had spoken, Qi Song and the others were stunned. Qi Song pointed at the people in front of him with a trembling hand and roared with a face full of unwillingness. It should be known that Qi Song and Qi Yuanlong both coveted the Qi group. In Qi Yuanlong's opinion, the company should be like the Song dynasty. Song Taizu was dead, so his younger brother, who was still in his prime, should inherit the company. Moreover, this was the Hua dynasty, where males were preferred over females. Since he had a son and Qi Li was a daughter, then this company should be inherited by his son because it was a tradition. It was inevitable that the company would only be passed down to males and not females. It had to be said that he was thinking too much. On the other hand, Qi Song had always thought that the reason why Qi Li's father was able to come out was because he had brought him to the capital to do business. In the end, Qi Song did not rise, but Qi Li's father did. It was only because Qi Li's father had taken advantage of him that the Qi group should belong to him, not just a little bit of shares. With such a perverted mentality, the two of them believed that the Qi family should be theirs. Shameless people were truly invincible. No matter what people do, they have to ask why. When Qi Li's father died, he clearly had a daughter. Moreover, the daughter had grown up and could inherit the company. Why should it be passed to your son? Just because you said that you gave birth to a son. If Qi Li's father knew about this, he would probably jump out from the underworld. Your son is not his son. Why should he give the company to you? As for Qi Song, he was even more shameless. He didn't have the ability and didn't have the pressure to start a company. In the end, someone else had done it and he wanted to take advantage of it. Who do you think you are? Qi Yuanlong was still considered a blood relative. You were just a cousin who had been separated from him since the previous generation. How could you have the nerve to come out and say such things? However, the problem now was that the two of them were so shameless. They just thought that you owed them, so this was theirs. Therefore, people's hearts could never be satisfied. These guys were really not good people. Ahem, this is our attitude. If you are here because you are relatives and want to come over for the new year, then everything is fine. If not, the door is over there. I won't see you off. Hearing Qi Song's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? This is the Qi family's business. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Song's son, Qi Liangkai, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai with a sullen face. It is indeed not appropriate for a son-in-law like me to intervene in the Qi family's business. However, the problem now is that you are talking about the Qi family's business. I am the biggest shareholder of the Qi family, so do you think this matter has something to do with me? Looking at Qi Liangkai, Jiang Hai also gave tit for tat and said to him without any courtesy. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Liangkai choked for a moment. This is troublesome. F***ck, why are you so arrogant? Do you believe that I will burn your house down for you? Seeing that Jiang Hai had made everyone speechless, Qi Jingtao couldn't stand it anymore. He had a bad temper, so he shouted on the spot. However, when they heard his words, the faces of both sides were a little ugly. Running to someone else's house during the new year and saying that you want to burn your house down, this is not talking about business, but looking for trouble. After Chi Jia heard this, she also put her phone aside. She also knew martial arts. Looking at Qi Jingtao, she was ready to teach him a lesson. Seeing her like this, Jiang Hai also coughed. It was better for him to say this. You can do whatever you want. You smoke, so you should have a lighter in your pocket. You can light it. It's just a villa. You should know a little about my financial resources. I can buy 10,000 villas like this. Of course, it's a pity to light it up. As a reward, you can spend the rest of your life in prison. Don't worry, if I say you will spend the rest of your life, you will spend the rest of your life. Looking at Qi Jingtao, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed, and then he said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the three people from Qi Yuanlong's family couldn't help but tense up. Braggart 13, if you have the ability, you can catch me. If you have the ability, you can kill me. Come on, kill me. Let's see if you dare. However, among these three people, Qi Jingtao was clearly not included. When this guy heard Jiang Hai's words, he was even more stubborn. He straightened his neck and shouted there. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai looked at him with a smile. You first tell me, why don't I dare? You can tell me, do I not have the ability, or do I not have the money? Looking at Qi Jingtao, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. This ruffian look wasn't something that an average person could learn. You. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Jingtao was also stunned for a moment. He knew that Jiang Hai was ruthless. He also knew that Jiang Hai was rich. He naturally also knew that Jiang Hai's influence was quite big. Even the third generation of the Red family didn't dare to touch him. It could be seen that his influence in the country was also not small. Not to mention, he was now a major shareholder of the Qi group. Even if it was just this identity, if he told the judge or something, he could stay in prison for the rest of his life. Suddenly, he thought that Jiang Hai seemed to be able to do it. If you have the guts, then do it. See how everyone looks at you. However, since he had already come here, it was not his style to admit defeat like this. Looking at Jiang Hai, he continued to straighten his neck and shout. You idiot, I've already done it. Why would I care about how others look at me? What's more, my business is in the United States. I only come back a few days a year. Why would anyone go against me because of you? He shook his head in amusement. He really didn't know what this guy's brain was made of. Why was he like a child? Had he just entered junior high school? Thinking about it, it was probably the same. You. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Jingtao was really at a loss. If he had a temper now, he would really go and set the house on fire. However, if he set the house on fire, thinking about staying in prison for the rest of his life, he would. Hey, Jiang Hai, we're all family. You're being too harsh with your words. Jingtao has been spoiled by us all these years. He's a little agitated. Don't take it to heart. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who had been sitting next to them, spoke up. Jiang Hai had introduced Zhang Yu to him. She was Qi Yuanlong's wife. Of course, she was not the first wife. Counting her age, she was only 3 years older than Qi Li. She used to be a third-rate celebrity. She always dressed up gorgeously and was quite good-looking. Otherwise, she would not have been able to charm the old pervert Qi Yuanlong. Naturally, she did not follow Qi Yuanlong for love or anything like that. She was only interested in money. However, now that Qi Yuanlong had no money, she was also very anxious. In fact, she was the one who chose to join forces with Chi Song from the beginning. When Jiang Hai first came here and met these two families, Chi Song and Chi Yuanlong were clearly not in the same group. At that time, Chi Song was still within Jiangwu, while Chi Wulong was more neutral and did not participate in anything. When they met for the second time, the two of them got together. This woman named Zhang Yu had contributed a lot. Now that the negotiations were about to collapse, she could not sit still. If Chi Yuanlong was really kicked out of the Chi family, she would not be able to accept it. I say, sister-in-law, look at Yuanlong. He's not young anymore. He values his reputation very much. Most importantly, our family doesn't have much income. We can't just sit there and wait. Seeing that Jiang Hai's side was not easy to deal with, Zhang Yu looked at Qi Li's mother. At this time, the man's words were too harsh. It was time for her to step in. These days, Yuanlong has been sighing at home every day after losing his shares. He can't talk about his elder brother. I also know that Yuanlong did some things wrong, but after all, Yuanlong is his elder brother's biological younger brother, isn't he? Seeing that she had softened her tone, Qi Li's mother's gaze was not so resolute. Zhang Yu continued to speak. Sister-in-law, I really want these shares. At worst, I'll return the money I received and treat it as if I bought them again. What do you think? Seeing that Qi Li's mother's gaze was a little evasive, Qi Yuanlong was not stupid and immediately spoke up. At this time, Qi Song and Qi Liangkai did not say anything. This was their goal. Although it seemed that they had lost face, as long as they could get back the shares, this was the most important thing. Losing face could be earned in the future. But if the shares were gone, it was really gone. As long as Qi Yuanlong tore a hole here, Qi Li's mother would not be able to refuse his family's share. Third uncle, it's not that we don't want to sell it to you, but we're afraid that you can't afford it now. However, before Qi Li's mother could say anything, Qi Li had already said it with a smile. Then, she looked at her third uncle with a somewhat playful gaze. This third uncle was really taking advantage of her. Want to buy back the shares at the original price? It had to be said that they were dreaming. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.